Oh, funny things. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to This Week in, whatever the hell. In Broken Crown, for sure, but whatever's happening in the world.
No idea what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something. Something's
fucked.
going on. Well, we recently had the Game Awards, and then a bunch of video game announcements have come out. And, this is not a gaming channel. It's not really a nerdy channel, but we do talk about
we literally have a Pathfinder game.
Yeah, yes, I mean, I'm saying it's not the stated
Half
purpose
of the
channel.
people here are nerdy.
Yes, pretty much everyone here is a bit of a nerd. That's why we're joined tonight, by the way, by Bill. And then, of course, as always,
I am not a nerd, by the way. I've apparently been told I'm a filthy casual.
You're a bit of a casual, so I thought that I would be best suited by having Bill on tonight so that he would have some idea of what the hell I'm talking about. Because
I used to be a gamer back in my day.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, I used to spend 16 hours a day playing World of Warcraft. I used to mine Mithril back in the Badlands.
Look at this. Look. But
if you played WoW, you would actually know what that means.
I do, unfortunately.
I've only played WoW a little bit, man. Yeah, no.
I mean, Billy, if you played in the classic era, then you know Badlands is a place where you made dosh.
Oh yeah, I went classic in the Burning Crusade era. I was an engineer. I know what suffering looks like.
Oh my god, the old fucking days, dude! I'm not gonna lie. The one thing I really liked about the engineering profession, because a buddy of mine was a mage, and he encouraged me to get the engineering profession because you could make iron bombs really easy, and they were a stun.
Yeah, in the classic era, the engineering was great. In Burning Crusade, it was fucking miserable.
It was absolutely bollocks. Unless you were like a rogue and you had the goggles, they were somewhat decent, but it was severely gimp compared to classic.
But to get that, you had to roll. You had to make like a dozen of them to get the set that was like of the bandit, so it would actually be semi-usable. Because it was randomly rolled every time you made them. You couldn't choose.
I have vague memories of my friend trying to get one for his rogue, and my god, that was a pain in the balls.
Nerds. Don't worry.
Shut the fuck up, Final Fantasy 11. Don't you have some experience to go lose?
Yeah, so what you like about WoW?
Are you too busy trying to rip off Lineage 2?
Excuse me. Whoa, how did you know that? You're not supposed to know that, Bill. You're not supposed to know that Final Fantasy 11 is really just a rip off of Lineage 2. That's not fair that you know that information.
Wait, I was like, Cried, you had engineering and blacksmithing? I'm assuming you had an alt that did all the mining, because there's no one in hell. Yeah, because there's no one in hell you could do that, unless you were massively rich and you organized it all.
Yeah, so admittedly, if you're an engineer, you're already a POV cunt just by default, because you had to buy that shit. You wouldn't even grease for everything.
What do we call them? We had a specific word for alts that were only used for...
Tunes?
No. In FF11, we had a specific word for alts that were only used for crafting and, like, serving as stores.
Crafting.
I mean, essentially what it was, like, I can't remember the word, I can't remember the term anymore, but yeah, essentially what it was, like, you had like an alt account and the whole, or Smurf or something like that, where the whole point was that I think it was Smurf, where the whole point was just, it's like a level 1 character, you leave it in a city, it's got a whole bunch of crafting abilities on it, and then you just craft your, send your shit there. Yes, do all your trading, or Mule, that was it, Cried, yeah, it was Mule, it's been so many years, but here's the thing that I'm pissed off about. It's not about old MMOs. I actually was having fun just playing some WoW when I was working on my last video about video games. I had a tweet that went, look, there's no other way I can describe it than viral. I don't know how else to say it. And it made a lot of people...
This, by the way.
I'm proud of it because I'm confused at the responses. Okay. The responses I got to this
case study of them already
are so incredibly insane that it actually kind of broke my brain a little bit. Is that I couldn't believe. I did a whole video one time debunking this study that like proved that human NPCs were a real thing, and I was debunking it because like, well, that's not really what the study is saying. They are saying that there's people who don't think about things very heavily, or let's say low need for cognition.
For you, by the way.
Ooh, super chat, hang on.
Oh yes, Snowbloke for 12 euros says first time super chat and CDPR created lore Siri could be a Witcher. No. Gwent Rogue Mage established that women aren't made into Witchers due to ethics, and in Witcher 3 Trials of the Grasses was restored. Almost. No.
The odds the odds of one person actually we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. We can go into it. I mean, I thank you for the super chat, but that's pretty much all wrong in terms of the actual lore of the games. Like Trial of the Grass is being restored. The School of the Wolf
Might be in
is
Rogue
over.
Mage. I'm looking at
what you're referring to, I think, is the unofficial TTRPG, which is officially unofficial. It was they got the Witcher license, but it is not considered canon. And it's in that game that there is reference to the cat school being able to make women into Witchers. In Gwent Rogue, which I also did play a little bit of, established that women aren't made into Witchers due to ethics. Well, yes, it's because they all die. Every single one who has been tried to be made into a Witcher dies. So CDPR did not create lore wherein Ciri could be a Witcher. Ciri is a time-traveling elf, dimension-hopping elf blood to make her into essentially a monster janitor, which is what a Witcher is incomprehensible when you're talking about someone who has the power to warp time and space.
Also,
why?
I would also argue. Well, first of all, you got a 1 in 10 chance of actually surviving it, and the odds go down as a man. And
I think it's up to 3 in 10, but still.
It's like 1 in 100 if you're a woman, give or take. Because let's face it, they consider it too unethical to use.
Because you're just killing children.
Yeah. How many do you want to feed into a meat grinder? What do you work for fucking Hollywood?
I guess is that it? So here's the thing, guys.
So she rolled the nat 20 to get to survive, but the Troll Grass disassembles you on the genetic level.
Well, yes, it's actually mutations. So yeah, I'm gonna go off a little bit.
Elder Blood probably wouldn't survive it.
What I found, Elder Blood. Who knows what that would do? There's a whole reason that, despite being raised by the Witchers, that Ciri didn't undergo the Trial of the Grasses. Because Vesemir says straight up, we're not doing that. 1, because she's gonna die, and 2, she's got other magical shit going on. This is not a good idea.
Okay, you got someone whose blood runs a weird magical substance. What do you want to do? Oh, let's shove it in basically the equivalent of gene therapy,
mutations in her.
And hope that the first thing that goes isn't her control over them. So suddenly you got someone who is being fucked with on a magical level, who's filled to bursting with time-space corroding fucking elven blood. So then, oh good, we've now ripped a hole in reality. Potentially.
Yes, I'll try to go through this. I'll try to explain this in the best way that I can without requiring you to know anything about these games. Because I've also read the books multiple times. I got some weird responses. There was someone who said to me ew, you read no, they were being very serious. It's ooh, why would you read a book more than once? And I was like,
we've established that CDPR
broke my brain. And these are the people that you're arguing with. Someone who was like, why would you read a book more than once? Let alone enough for it to fall apart. And I was like, because I like the book. It's
More importantly, a number of these people have been caught being bots.
Yes, and there's definitely what happened to me in this tweet. Is that clearly there was some botting going on, and I'll go through because I made a couple additional tweets about it because I observed the behavior and it was truly bizarre, and it fell into about 1 of 5 different categories as to what the responses were. And they became so predictable that there was legitimately 5 responses, and that was it. And I'll scroll down to show you here. 20,000 likes, 3,000 bookmarks. I don't know if I can share the impressions on here. Do I have the impressions? But it's fucking insane. Where's the view count? It's where was it? 1.8 million views, okay? So this tweet kind of popped off, all right? You'll see there's 1.1 thousand comments on this. So you see why I started to be like, what the fuck is happening? When I start to get, now, the people who I've liked here are people who had decent takes, or maybe or at least when I was still responding to some stupid takes or less stupid takes, but they got dumber as time went on. And the only thing that I can take from this is that CDPR has 100% engaged a bot farm. Because the things that they're saying, it's 1 of 5 generic responses, and it's that kind of thing where you can just trip them up immediately and they don't know what to say. The easiest one is, I'm a woman, because then they really go haywire. Because the most common response is, shut the fuck up, incel, you can't get a girlfriend, Ciri is so much hotter than you. So I know that, look, this is not a good introduction to it, but let's actually get into the introduction by showing you the trailer. We're allowed to show trailers. This is for the newly announced Witcher 4 game, which has no reason to freaking exist. If you would like to make a Witcher game, you should do what me and many others have been saying for years, which I'll get into in my post I made about it later. Just make it an open world game that's set the earliest would be so after the conjunction, so like 250 years before the setting of the Witcher games and books, and make it be during the height of the Witcher's presence on the continent. The conjunction of spheres makes a bunch of universes smash together, so the setting of the world, the continent, all of a sudden is flooded with monsters and all kinds of vile creatures. So they establish these Witcher schools where they make people mutants. Literally, they mutate their DNA so that they can fight monsters better. And over time, however, it's been hundreds of years since the conjunction of spheres, so there's less monsters, so there's less need for Witchers, and civilization is moving forward. So when we're in the story and the setting of the games and the books, it's sort of the Holy Roman Empire of Witchers, right? Like they're a vestige of a long gone past. But if you want to set a game, set it 200 years earlier. You can make your own Witcher, pick whichever school of martial Witcher art you want to follow. Like the cat school, again, they're more like dexterous. The bear school, more. Look, it's kind of obvious by the name of the school, right? What they specialize in. So anyway, here's the trailer that pissed me off and got this tweet to pop off to it. And the thing that's really weird about it too, guys, is that I'm now seeing like tons of people on Twitter and in YouTube videos repeating my talking points. People who are like, I've not read the books, and then it's like, oh no, am I actually the only person who's read the? No, I'm joking. I'm being facetious, obviously, but sometimes it feels like, am I actually the only person who read these books enough to understand anything about them? It kind of feels that way. I know I'm not, obviously. I know there's dozens of us, but I mean in English in particular, obviously. They're extremely popular in Poland. But here we go. Here's the trailer that pissed me off.
Can't read.
This is also just a trailer, right? Okay.
Dearest daughter, I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child into a remarkably young lass with much grace, wisdom,
and
kindness. Tain't the easy times what shape us, nay.
That sword looks fucking stupid.
We rise to face the
odds. Like kind of flamberge thing going on for it, though, yeah?
That, it's got a weird back hook on them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gold. You've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty.
Yeah, they just took her original sword and made it crappier.
Also, it's all, like the fucking intense emphasis on women right out of the back. It's all out of the bag. I mean, it's all.
We've not had a single male character shown on screen.
No, and it's talking about, oh, my beautiful daughter, how smart and strong you are. Which, by the way, they're about to sacrifice her to a demon, but I mean, like.
Sweden. Today's the day. Ye fill out your destiny.
Haha, get it? Because Ciri's a child of destiny. Get it? Ha ha ha. I got it. It's very subtle.
Also, I'd say this. Also, they have made her eyes way too large.
That's not Ciri. This is some random.
No, I said not her. I didn't say it was. I would say they haven't seen her eyes far larger.
Yeah.
Than they should, like on the zoom.
Yeah, they did like a little bit abnormally large. Like, so far.
Someone watched Midsommar.
Right. If they didn't end up, yes, this is just they fucking ripped off Midsommar. Or they wanted to be Midsommar.
'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
And we've got the two swords, of course, on Ciri. One for humans, one for monsters. One is made of silver, one's made of steel.
A Witcher? Witcher! Whose coin did ye take? Nay, you can't. 'Tis tradition. Chosen she is. By the gods!
No! Oh my. Okay. So the canonical reason, yeah.
It's a hag.
It's not even that old. Like,
she's not that. She doesn't look that bad.
The changes are they've just hit a couple of like they broadened her cheeks.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is what she looked like in Witcher 3, right? You know.
So like.
So obnoxious. I hate when you like go to these gaming websites and just like, hey, look at our stupid thing that no one cares about. No, I just want to see a picture.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Like slim, like pentagonal face.
Look, just everybody knows that Ciri's very attractive. Like she's now also one of the things I was not expecting to get called in my talk about this. Hey, guys in the chat, I would like you, men and women in the chat, do you find this character attractive? This character that is on my fuck off, IGN. Do you find this character to be attractive? That's so annoying.
She's going full Bobcat again.
No, it's just IGN is like. Well, let me just. Can I just open this?
Motherfuckers have eyes. They can see.
I just right click and say open a new tab.
Yeah, I can't for some reason. Open image address.
Believe like.
Yeah, they've got. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Witcher fans, I regret to inform you, women.
Wait, yeah, exactly. Porch, thanks for the 5. Yes, cute. Yes, I'd like to inform you all that you are that you were all pedophiles because she's 21 years old. You sick fuck.
For those of you at home, no, I'm not sure why Inky's peeking the shit out of her microphone. I think she just has a grudge against it.
But ironically, I had multiple people say that not only am I a pedophile, but you too are a pedophile if you think that Ciri is an attractive-looking woman in The Witcher 3, wherein she is canonically 21 years old. She's probably actually way older than that, because she's got inherent Icaire, the elder blood. Wasn't she 13 in the books? At the very beginning, she's like 9 when he first meets her in Brokilon. I mean, technically, her entire conception happens in the books. Like, yeah, what are we talking about? But in The Witcher 3, she's 21. And canonically, she's... Because she have her time space hopping stuff that she did before The Witcher 3, she's probably way older than that in terms of actual canonical age. But in terms of years of life she's been on the continent... From her birth to the end, or to the start of The Witcher 3, which is the first game that she appears in, she is 21. And the insane leftoid, it's not even leftoid, I don't know what this is. It's the slop consumer cope, right? Because I don't even know if it's entirely leftist, but I'm interested in what your guys' opinion is on this. Is that it doesn't appear that these people are all necessarily like hard leftoids. They just consume mainstream media slop and defend the shit out of it. And they're like never... I guess it's because they're afraid of being ostracized if they don't just support the slop. Which is so bizarre.
Well, the majority of these people are bots anyway. So.
Well, I know a lot of them are, but a lot of them are real people who... They're the Disney adult types, you know? They just love everything that gets put out. And if you criticize...
If you love everything, you're not a real person because you don't have any sentience to establish or... distinct good from bad.
You're barely half a step above fucking Keir Starmer.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Oh my god. Right. Yeah, Keir Starmer is barely a human being. There's some kind of robot, and it's or if not a literal bot. But again,
to 20 memberships.
Whoa.
Holy dog shit.
Thank you, Deans. Thank you for the 20 Broken Crown memberships. Thank you so much, dude. Holy shit.
Thanks. That's become very popular these days.
Yeah, the memberships really help out. That way people can use the emojis and stuff.
Absolute madman.
And then Dean's give another 10. Thank you. Jesus. Let's go, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thanks. That does help so everybody.
Tell me what slur you'd like me to say on stream.
We do have because we do have unique how do you call them, emojis if you'd like to use them for the Broken Crown. Wow. Did you mute yourself or did you just say it?
I will never tell.
Let's continue with this. So here's the point: is that supposedly, according to what I think that it's not just me. Okay, trust me, it's not just me. It is. There's been a very outspoken reaction to this, but
it's because she was a sufferer of domestic abuse.
Yeah, the day after my tweet went like super viral, and it wasn't just mine. Again, it was a lot of people, but mine in particular, which was. I'll show you what I said, guys, which is that I don't really actually care about how she looks so much as I care about the lore violations that occur in this video, in this announcement video.
And it starts right in this still image with, forget her face, but she looks slightly more moon-faced because they fucked up the art style drastically.
Face look
it's the
weird.
Fucking peepers she's got, which have got the fucking cat's eyes.
Which means she's been using the cat's eye potion, or she's been through the mutations. It's one or the other. She can't do either one because women can't be witchers. They all die. I think like maybe one is struggling. As I said in my post, if
the odds would be so low,
it would be Ciri. But why would she do that? And also, no adults can take Witcher mutagens. Only children. No adult has ever survived.
Now, you can use some of the Trial of the Grass's chemicals in other magic, but that requires an incredibly intensive process.
And what they're asking us to believe is that Ciri is so, and trust me, Ciri is very special. Ciri is the child of destiny. She is the descendant of the old elf blood, the elf blood that allows her to traverse through time and space and dimensions. But you're asking us to ignore all of the other lore that says adults can't become Witchers, women can't become Witchers. All of that because Ciri says special, which to me sounds like Mary Sue. Like, this character's already a Mary Sue. Why do you want to give her other shit? She's already broken as fuck.
You know what it reminds me of? Remember how when Kube ran out of ideas in Bleach, and then 6 more years of content happened, and he was still out of ideas, and then he gave basically everyone else's powers to Ichigo.
Yeah.
Like, he's a Quincy now, and as well as everything else, he's got a new Bankai, the whole works.
Yeah.
That's what is when you do shit like this, and you're trying to just munchkin more abilities onto someone, it makes them fucking boring.
Dude, it's stormy as heck outside all of a sudden. What the heck?
Oh, it's only piddling down, but don't be such a big girl's blast.
Well, I'm just saying I can hear it through my headphones, which is unusual. Anywho, okay, let's continue the
Rare
trailer.
Example of a woman demonstrating that she can in fact listen.
Oh shoot! Can we do a quick aside to talk about what happened last night, Phil?
I do believe that is an old ancient myth.
I know it is.
The legends tell of one occasion.
So like
maybe.
last
One
night
of
I
these
was
days,
talking to
Bill
you.
and I are going to do a show where we just talk very slowly to each other for like an hour.
It's called the SMR cells.
Witches are not
Oh my
time-traveling
God.
Polish people. Only Ciri is. Okay, to explain, again, at one point in time, there is this world, we think humans came to it at some point in time, we don't really know when, but there was this world, it's just called the continent, it's the only term for it. Humans traveled from another dimension to the continent at some point, after the original arrival of the elves. The elves had been there first. They also traveled to the continent from another dimension. We think they probably brought the humans along with them as their slaves. Okay? Those original time-traveling elves are the Enhen Iker, the Elder Blood. At some point in time, the elves intermixed or other stuff happened, and they lost their tie to the Elder magic that allowed them to travel through time and space and hop dimensions. So you have the true elves from whatever their original homeworld was. That's the Hen Iker, the Enhen Iker, and then, or the L elves, the NL elves, are the original powerful elves that have access to the Elder Blood. And then you have the Enshe, which are the elves of the continent. They have they have normal magic powers, as anyone maybe could have, but pretty limited. And they hey, Scrub, sorry, this is a big nerd rant you just walked into. The Enshade elves do not have access to the Elder Blood, so they can't do time traveling stuff. And the reason why the elves have to keep traveling through time and space is because there's this thing called the Wild Hunt and the Great Frost. That is essentially what it is. The Frost is the embodiment of entropy made manifest magic. So magically, so it is coming for all worlds.
We also sometimes do politics around here.
Yes, we sometimes do politics around here, but right now it's
No, that's just a myth.
Right now it's trying for me to bitch about how I had a tweet that went viral. Love you too, Scrum.
Wow, I get to make lots of money. Wow.
What? Certainly not CDPR. I mean, I don't know.
How much money do they blow on bot farms, man?
Here's the thing. I'm wondering what is their actual, because it has to be. Like, the response to this was so insane. I have to wonder how many, and then it dropped off immediately, by the way. Like, clearly they knew they were going to get a bad reception to this, so they bought a bunch of bots to go spam shit for like a couple days.
Does USA still do his channel? I remember him years ago that he went
shit
insane.
On, who's the other guy? Who's the guy he spends all his time shitting on? Is it Boogie? Oh no,
Who?
it's Darkside Phil. Last thing I knew about Rich or Review Tech is he just spends all his time trying to A-log Phil really poorly. Anyway, back to the
stronger folk
that he went ape shit.
Stronger than folk than him.
He's been
Tries to
going
take down Darkside Phil. All of the
Darkside Phil is Darkside Phil is
the unfiltable.
He's the unfiltable, yes. The unfiltable Phil.
Unkillable.
You chose her.
So, new voice actress. I mean, just look at her face. Now, again, the argument is she's supposed to be 20 years older, But this woman is a nigh immortal elf. Why does she look like this? Why does she got a potato face, dude?
I think it just fucked up the art
20
style.
years. Okay, she's
eyeballs a bigger issue there.
She's be 41, I guess. You pedophile! Do you find her attractive for your P word? Like,
okay, do you just spot her entire jawbone fucking unhinge?
Yeah, it looks awful. Like she just it looks like they hit her with an ugly stick.
I've been with a 40-year-old woman. She looked younger than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is not. It's not that she looks
shut
old
up.
inherently. Like,
yeah.
She does look older, but it's not just that she looks older. They changed her whole face
She's
shape.
lumpier. Like either they fucked her with the design, or they fucked her with the art style enough that she's just back end of a bus. Fuck ugly.
Yeah, they hit her with an ugly bus.
Maybe it's just a bad tween frame. I don't know.
No, there's tons of these though, and that's the problem is that
They
you can
completely
pause
changed the
basically at
structure
any
of the
second.
face.
Yes,
They've got the cheekbones in the right place, but the jawbones could be different. Like the lips are massive.
The jaw and mouth and nose, the cheekbones are right, but everything else does not look like the same person.
It's like they just
all.
opened up a model and just fucked with all the
They just made her ugly. And I guarantee there's someone working at CDPR who looks like this.
She looks like a fucking
That's what keeps
Bethesda
happening.
character.
But that's what keeps happening. She does look like
Also,
Bethesda
41
character.
years old, and maybe about roughly the same time you get put in charge of a team, like the art department.
Yeah.
Be
I'm
about
just
the
waiting to
right
find-
age bracket for it.
I'm waiting for us to see when we find the woman who works at CDPR in some position who looks exactly like this. Again, like, some frames she looks okay, but in most of them she looks awful. And I don't have a problem with necessarily playing as an older Siri, but why'd you hit her with an ugly stick?
More importantly, why'd you fuck up the art style so badly?
Yes, that's
Here's the thing, they made her a bit lumpy, but not enough to be really that. No, like it's noticeably lumpy, but not too badly.
Yeah, she got
because they knew
exactly,
that they know
Tiago.
that will guide people towards discussing that because it's easy to discuss and easy for them to complain about. That is just a fucking. They've made her slightly lumpy in this trailer. They'll probably change it back to the actual game.
Well, now they probably won't now because they've got now.
No, let me fucking speak.
Sorry. Let me speak. Go ahead.
Now lost my train of fucking thought. Okay,
Wait,
they've changed
we
it
didn't
just
figure
enough
that out.
that it's going to be that'll be where they engage in fucking conversation about it. They can complain about it all they fucking want, and instead rather than discuss the major fucking plot issues.
Yes.
Yes. What I was going to say.
But no, you're right. Is that's what I think this was intentional, and I can tell you why is because it's the thing that the bots all responded to, or the bots because what I think happens in these situations is that yes, there's bot farms where it's like they go and get people riled up, and then they give the narrative to actual retards who are real people but are very stupid and easily led, and then the retards just repeat the talking points because they don't have any real thoughts rattling around their head. And so what happens is that you point out something about the plot, and the bot farms have said, no, it's not about the plot, it's not about the lore, it's about how ugly she looks, which I am addressing now in the only way that I fucking care about it, which is mostly that I don't care. You want to make her haggard and old and a badass? Sure.
Let's just cut to the matter of the issue. You could have just the reason people are pissed off about this, or the reason I'm pissed off about this. We don't need another Witcher game. We could really use an Elric game, but we can't make those because these wankers are trying to keep the rights to the fucking game by making another one like 5 years. Well, how long has it been since fucking 3? Like 8 years? Like 5 years? 8 years?
Oh man, it's such a good game.
And guess what? Witcher 3 is crap. Witcher 2 is okay. Witcher 1's the only good one.
Great game.
It's crap.
Come on. Blood and Wine alone is worth.
I'm going to read shit super chat.
Yes, go ahead.
No, you.
Oh, Chit Chat Cat for 70s ER says, greetings the boar and the queen. Siri needs to age.
Not what
I
you
can
wrote.
never pronounce it right. Siri needs to age like Ivy, Soul Calibur. Yes, there you go. There's a great example. Where they made her into a MILF. You know, but Ivy and Soul Calibur, when she's older, is a MILF, right? Also,
well, no,
wokeness
because
cannot
she's a
have a
virgin.
death rattle because gamers are willing to accept wokeness so long as the game is good. The thing is, I can't imagine when you start putting this. What game has that happened in? What game has there been excessive, overt, over-the-top wokeness in that has still managed to be good? Concord?
None.
I mean, the thing is that once it infects the visual elements, is it possible for this game to be good? Sure, it's possible.
Oh no, because
No, it's not.
it'll come out. It'll come out. It'll run like shit if it runs at all, which it probably won't run at all. More importantly,
well, they're not going to have any.
If you dare make any changes to the looks of characters using mods, will not only take down the mods, will probably try and ban you.
Which they've done with other games in the past, not CDPR specifically, but
CDPR basically sold all their fucking like workplaces to people who were like West Coast wankers.
So to be clear, what happened? CD Projekt Red is a Polish company.
Baldur's Gate is the only Baldur's Gate 3 is the only one that was semi-woke, but also came out alright.
I just realized that is a great name for a studio company to troll people.
What?
West Coast Wankers.
West Coast Wankers. I mean, that's essentially what it's to the coast, isn't it?
That's a brilliant name for a studio. West Coast Wankers. That's fantastic. I would totally work at a studio if that was a name. I
would never agree to work on anyone who lived on any West Coast.
Yeah, true.
West Coast from people from down Vales on a weird.
It's so good though.
Let's get through this, and then I'll read the other super chats, shall we? Because again,
West Coast Wankers.
What I really want to talk about is the lore stuff, because that appears to. Because I realize how I said.
Turn the fucking fog machine off. Oh no, it's Viper the Rapper's fucking crack smoke.
I love those traditional Polish outfits, the red and white.
It's not Bunad, it's like the other one. I can't remember.
Back to the village. Go, now.
I can't believe they changed their voice actors though, too.
Save the village!
Save yourself!
So again, we have an immediate sort of weird feminist thing.
No contract. So
no, she's taken no contract. She's not
for free.
Being paid.
She's a fucking Janny. She's not a fucking Witcher.
Yeah. Well, no, all Witchers are Jannies, but janitors get paid.
You're not allowed to fuck around with other people's bullshit. You can't meddle in the affairs of motherfuckers.
It's like one of the things that causes all of Geralt's problems that makes the entire saga spiral out of places, even though that was a Witcher contract.
We've already spent like an hour on this shit.
No, we've not. But yeah, look, I'm really, really passionate, guys. This is like probably my favorite fantasy series, so I'm very, very passionate about it. If you can't tell, I'm very autistic about it, and I care when something that I care about gets fucked with.
She doesn't appear to have a wolf
to your father.
school amulet.
No, they're saying it's a new school that no one knew about, the Cougar School. I'm not even joking. That is what they're calling it, the Cougar School.
Yeah, this entire plot was written by a 45-year-old woman who's
this was written by
horribly insecure. The fact it's called the Cougar School.
There's already a school of the cat. They're calling it the Cougar School.
Yes, wolf, bear, griffin, cat. These are all massively different creatures. You could have gone into like fictional ones. Why don't you call it the school of the Chimera?
The Cougars. Yeah, well, she is a chimera of some sorts. So, no. I mean, and there are chimeras in the Witcher universe, obviously. They're probably amongst the most dangerous monsters are chimeras. But Jesus, the Cougar School. Could you have any freaking writing skill?
Let it play.
Run!
Yeah, I can have a deep voice too, Siri. Walking in.
The fog clouds from Silent Hill 2 are from my crack pipe, Viper the Rapper 2017.
Just walking into a monster den, no prep work, not
walk
taking any
into
potions.
The vape cloud.
Now we know, as we'll find out later, she can now drink Witcher potions, but she chooses not to take. A big part of the Witcher games and the books is that before a Witcher goes on a hunt, they do a whole bunch of like investigative Sherlock Holmes detective work to figure out exactly what kind of monster they're fighting, and then they take potions and other palliatives to prepare their bodies and whatever gear they've got for that exact fight. It's one of the things that makes the games really fun, and why the series as a book series was a good idea to adapt to a video game, because it works out really well. Nothing, just walk in there. No contract. No coin.
No stance work. There is an Orcs guard.
What did you say, Bill? Sorry.
Almost no stance work. What the little stance work there is, she's using like a low weird Orcs guard.
Yeah. She's at least using the silver sword, I'll give her that, but that's it.
We don't know that this is necessarily a monstrous creature. It could be a particularly high-end, like, human.
Well, she is technically using the silver sword, which, by the way, Ciri was never trained in. Like to point that out, Ciri was never trained in how to use the monster hunting sword. She was only given training in basic swords.
Silver edge weaponry does have a massively different weighting. So.
And there's multiple different sword styles for Witchers. Yep. Can't do that. That should kill you. I mean, I know they have her nose bleed, but that should fucking kill you.
Remember, and what's more, it takes more than 10 seconds to kick in because that's why they meditate for the most part.
This is also the cat potion. All this potion does is let them see in the dark, but they already gave her the Witcher eyes, which lets them, guess what, have way better than normal eyesight in the dark. The cat potion specifically makes it so that it's like bright as day in darkness, right? But you need to be able to meditate and take. Well, I mean, like they changed a lot of that in the later games. It's very explicit in the books that like when Geralt goes on a hunt, he's got to sit down and prep all his shit, and that was what The Witcher 1 did really well, and The Witcher 2 did it to a lesser degree. They just kind of as any game series goes on, as it becomes more casualized, they rip out the more, I'd say, intense elements and more accurate elements. But this just doesn't make any. Look, maybe it's a cinematic trailer, okay? So maybe that's all it is. But this, however, this is lore breaking. This violates the lore on every fucking level. That Ciri, as a woman, as a non-Witcher, can drink a cat potion and not just immediately vomit. Makes no sense. Or die. Or at least you're really sick.
Go blind. God.
Okay, using signs.
Which he specifically doesn't know how to use and she
Ciri
can't learn.
Very specifically cannot use signs. That's Igni. Ciri cannot use signs. She was specifically taught. Both Vesemir and the other Witcher guys at Miher Morin tried to teach her signs. They failed. She couldn't learn them. Triss and Yennefer tried to teach her signs. They couldn't teach Ciri to use the signs because Ciri is elder magic. And she is not she does not use the same type of magic as people on the continent. It's totally different system.
You're trying to get diesel output from a petrol engine.
Yes, exactly. Good way of putting it. She can't use Igni because she can't use signs. I don't care if she did go through the trial of grasses, whatever. This is what they asked you to believe. Why don't we just rewrite all of the lore? And then if we rewrite all of it, now it makes sense. No, I won't accept this. And I won't buy this shitty fucking game unless you... Like I said, one thing that was weird is that the day after my tweet and a whole bunch of other people's tweets popped off complaining about specifically the lore, not her appearance stuff, CDPR did release a statement saying, oh, trust us, we're not going to break the lore. We're not going to violate the lore. We've thought about this very, very seriously. No, you haven't. She just drank a potion and then used a sign. She can't do either one of those things. Good lord.
Cannot be changed.
Oy vey.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot change.
So this appears to be some of her elder magic shit, so it's supposed to be like... But again, Ciri can just literally... Legit, what Ciri could do right now in this scenario, guys, is just go boop and pop into another universe. That's how her powers actually work. So this is completely stupid.
Yeah, also she can teleport short distances anywhere.
She can teleport short distance, long distance, into other universes.
Through people.
Anything. Like, this makes no sense.
She's had 10 more, she's had what, how long did you say it was? 20 more years
it's
to practice
supposedly
her powers?
It's been 20 years, but
at that age, if you're not able to telefrag people, why did you even get given these powers? You're fucking useless.
Well, it's because she, judging from the things people have said to me, well, because she always wanted to be a Witcher. Okay. And if I want to be an astronaut, does that make me an astronaut? Does it mean I can be an astronaut? No. If I want to, and then I actually said this thing.
If I turn out to be a genius and like I want to take after my father, who's a fucking, I don't know, he's just a fucking like street sweeper.
Well, I think I actually found the answer to it because when I started to type out on Twitter, and then I realized I had found the answer, is I was gonna say, well, I'm a woman. If I want to be a man, it doesn't make me want. Oh no! It's the same mindset. It's like,
it's if
she believes she's a witcher,
motherfucking troons.
She believes she's a witcher. She could be one. That's not how that works.
No, bitch. You've got fucking elf blood. You have to go back.
You have to go back. You have to go back. I mean, cool, but like again, it looks cool, but it's all wrong. It's like, oh, that's cute, but it's wrong.
Character's fucking boring.
Music sounds dope. Igni again, she can't use signs.
And Igni can't conduct.
No, and it's so explicit in the books and in the games. When you play as her in the, and people are like, "Well, you're talking about the books." The book, unironically, guys, I've had multiple, like hundreds of people tell me that the books aren't canon, that the games supersede the books canon, and it's like, well, in the games, when you played as Ciri in the games, remember how you couldn't use signs because Ciri can't use signs in The Witcher 3? Because she's never been able to. It's like, at least they had some consistency.
There's simply too many levels of, like, asking.
There's too much shit you fucked up here.
Like, 20 years, and like, you're now expected to believe that all these coincidences take place.
This is not all coincidences.
She just happens to have the right blood to be able to survive the trial crisis. It just happens to work and have the same effect. She just happens to have no interference between the chemical she takes, the magic she uses, and the magic she has inherently.
Lazy one, Andrzej Sapkowski says he doesn't care as long as they pay them. That is his current stance. That was not his stance in the past. Andrzej, at one point, tried to sue CDPR because he sold the rights to The Witcher to them for basically pennies, because he was like, I don't give a fuck about it. And then he gave a fuck when the game when Witcher 2 came out and made a whole bunch of money. But his new stance is, yes, I don't care as long as you pay me, but I don't think he's happy with it. However, he's been made a millionaire over it, so at some point he's probably just like, whatever. Look, you have to understand, this is a series that I really love, but the lore of this, Andrzej himself stole wholeheartedly, outright
from Elric.
From Elric, from oh shoot,
Michael Moorcock.
Michael Moorcock.
He stole most of his stuff from Tolkien,
which is true, but yeah, Andrzej he's an angry, fat, bitter old Polish man, and he just wants a paycheck. I can't entirely blame him. But if he's not going to fight for his series' integrity, then maybe the people who, I mean, I've weeped reading these books. Like, they really mean a lot to me, because I really like the family element of the story. And if you've managed to, and it's not just me, inspire thousands of people, millions of people, and particularly in Poland, by this book series, then you should give a fuck about what you do with it. Because people care about these characters. They actually do. And I'm one of them. And I apparently I'm one of the very few, like I said, English-speaking people who has read all of the books. I learned through this experience that even though the book sales did really well when they released them in English, that I think that what most people did is that they were like, I like this video game, so I will go buy the book, and then I'm just going to put it on my shelf as like
I'll get around to it one day, and then they die.
And I'll get around to it. Whereas I read them over and over because I really like the world. But that's just me. I don't know. Again, it's apparently just me and a couple other nerds, but all right. But you never underestimate the power of nerds. They're very autistic. And they get really protective of the shit that they care about.
Thank you, animal sailors! Save the village! Disconnection! I was chosen to fight for virtue! So thank you!
They never asked you to do this. They didn't pay you either.
Yeah, sorry, why are you bringing a head back?
Head back as a trophy when no one asked you to do it.
I suppose to show that it's over.
The chosen one. It's tradition.
No, they killed the woman because, of course, feminism.
No.
Because everyone's just so mean to women. Why is everyone so mean to me?
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods. To go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Thanks.
So the implication here,
fucking hate it.
So the implication here is, at least a teasing the idea that Ciri's just going to start like massacring villagers whole cloth.
Why is Ciri back on the continent? No, look, she comes back to save Geralt and Yennefer from the Wild Hunt in The Witcher 3. Even though the Witcher book series ends with her going to Avalon to have being the literal Lady of the Lake, meeting Galahad to go on Arthurian adventures. But I'll read my post about it just because I might as well. This is the post that again got people really big mad. I may even put together a video because it's hard to even talk about it on stream because it's just so much. I mean, like, how am I supposed to go through? It's over 1,000 responses, and it's just the most fucking insane shit you've ever seen. I will go over my recaps of it though. So I said, ignoring the uglification of Ciri, which is just par for the course now, meaning I think it's pretty clear what in now let me ask you guys, chat, is it not really clear what this first sentence means? Because I think maybe AI can't understand, bots can't understand this. So I'm saying I don't care about that. It's the first thing I say, which is par for the course because they uglify every woman in games. Nothing about this makes sense. And then the whole rest of this post is just the lore stuff I've been explaining, right? Women cannot drink Witcher potions because females can't survive the trial of the grasses. Barely any males can. Ciri was briefly trained in combat by the Witchers at Kaer Morhen, but mostly because they had no idea how else to raise a child. It's very awkward in the books. They gave her herbs to enhance her strength, but they never gave her the mutagens. I say she was trained briefly because by the time she reached puberty, so this is from the ages of like 9 to 13, she was trained in swordsmanship. How intense do you think, even for Witchers, how intense do you think that was? Them knowing she's a girl and not knowing what else to do with her other than to train her in swordsmanship. It wasn't the most intense training that they would give to a boy. And even then, it's the ages of 9 to 13. I say she was trained briefly because when she reached puberty, the guys similarly had no idea what to do with a teenage girl, given her uncontrollable magic powers. Started manifesting at the same time. Geralt asked Triss for help, but there wasn't much she could do either. Triss is like, literally like, why fucking have no idea what to do with this.
Should we note that in this setup, Ciri, who's now become like this master swordswoman, has less experience with the sword than I do.
Yes.
It's like 5 years.
The whole thing is that, whatever, she was briefly taken in by Yennefer and trained in magic, largely unsuccessfully. Again, none of them can teach her how to use signs. Yennefer can't control her powers at all because it's elder blood and again, it's not the magic that they're used to doing. They have no idea what to do with it. No one does. Not even one of the like most advanced witches on the continent, which is Yennefer, has no clue what the hell to do with Ciri's magic because it's not it's magic from another universe. Anywho, at that point, though, no more Witcher training. Ciri is skilled in swordsmanship as evidenced by her time surviving in the Rats, which is a ragtag group of children of war that go around thieving and
Jippos
during the Nilfgaard, the first Nilfgaard war. And Ciri almost gets raped by someone in that gang. And
typical child lifestyle.
Yeah, extremely uncomfortable.
Run around a bunch of thieving goits and nearly get diddled. So that's about part of the course. Straight out of Cheltenham.
Sure. She is neither a witch nor a witcher. She is Hen Iker, a universe-traveling elf blood that is a conduit of raw magic, hence why she cannot use the witcher signs either, despite repeated attempts to teach her. Perhaps even more importantly, after Geralt and Yen's deaths, Ciri is, like, that's the worst thing about the books. And I love those books. But Andrzej, being the asshole Polish dickhead he is, ends those books with the war is over. Geralt and Yennefer and have reunited, and they're there with all their friends in this pub with Dandelion and Zoltan and all their friends that you know from the games. And then and Ciri, by the way, knows that they're there, and she is coming to be reunited with her adoptive parents, who she hasn't seen in like 10 years at this point, or near that, like, 7 years. Her adoptive parents, who she loves, and she feels very bad for kind of abandoning, or for the fact that she hasn't seen them in so long. A peasant revolt breaks out over nothing. Geralt gets stabbed in the back by a pitchfork by a peasant. Yennefer dies trying to revive him. And Ciri just rolls up into this town, finding their dead and or dying bodies, and goes, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm out. And leaves the whole setting. Just leaves the setting. And goes to Arthurian legend. She ends up in Arthurian legend. She doesn't just leave the continent, she leaves the entire damn setting. This is the lore of the books. I've not bothered to watch the show, but I don't know how you can read Lady of the Lake, that's the last book in the series, and even fathom this being Ciri's future. It's so incredibly insane for them to have tried to have done this stuff. I had a couple more posts about it, because that tweet, like I said, went insane. Yeah, this is always really funny. I said, I was a PhD student in emphasis game studies, but yes, I don't need to eat a turd on a plate to know it's a turd while you're shitting on the table in front of me. Imagine the reaction if a woman said she was a PhD student in communication emphasis game studies.
Well, no, you know what's
I love these people so much, they're so dumb.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have a name like a bloke.
Uglification of Siri, shut the fuck up. You are retarded. They did manage that one. If you found any sexual tangle with Siri, that means you're a pedophile and completely missed the intent of the character being a fucking daughter, you gaylord. I don't understand what these people are. It's so bizarre to me. Anyway, this was my other really important post, I guess, about it, which is, for years I've suggested that a fourth Witcher entry should be a prequel set long before the saga, so that you could play as different schools during the peak of the Witcher presence on the continent. Make your own Witcher. If you really need female Witchers, spoiler, you don't, a far less egregious retcon would be that the cat school somehow figured it out, which, by the way, that's, again, non-canon, that's from a TTRPG that is considered non-canon. A far less egregious retcon would be that the cat school figured it out and that such a unique mutagen process was lost by time by the time the saga began, as it was for the Wolf School along with Vesemir. So Ciri certainly cannot be a Wolf School Witcher because the Wolf School is dead. Okay? Like, it's gone. It's over. They are all dead. Eskel, Lambert, Geralt, Geralt obviously, but also Eskel, Lambert, and obviously Vesemir. I'm pretty sure they're all fucking dead. And even if Geralt, Eskel, and Lambert are still alive, none of the three of them have any idea how to reproduce the wolf Witcher mutagen process. The last person who knew was Vesemir, and he is 100% dead. So, Witcher School of the Wolf is over. I would still think that's stupid, but far less stupid than just reskinning Geralt as Ciri and whatever bullshit excuse they end up giving for why an adult woman can become a Witcher. Spoiler alert, it's elder blood. I ain't gotta explain shit. One thing I found that was fascinating is that I actually had people say this to me multiple times, not in such flippant terminology, but just saying, but she's got elder blood, so duh. Like, no, just stop it. Get some help. If we're playing a series that means...
It's just too many stages of just believe me. It's just too many factors.
Why don't you just change everything? If we're playing a series that realistically, not what they've already shown us from the trailer, but it means realistically, according to the lore, signs are out, sword styles are out, potions are out, in which case it's not a Witcher game, it's a cash grab. I love this little dysfunctional family of misfits here. It's my favorite fantasy setting because I love these characters and the dynamic. Do something else with the universe that Polish George R. R. Martin stole from Michael Moorcock, you hack frauds. Yeah, I agree with that. And then this was, I think, the last one of the three. Yes, here were the 5 responses that I got. And again, guys, I showed you, there's over 1,000 responses. So I'm just kind of summarizing the contentions that I've seen. The first and most common one to those posts that I just read to you are, you're a man. And very often, that accusation came from people with trans flags, which I found really, really funny. I mean, come on now. How is that not hilarious? People rolling up to me on Twitter with trans flags, being like, "You're just an angry man." Okay. Well, one of us here is a man, and it's not me. 2, you are an incel, and more astonishingly, like I said, a pedophile. Okay.
Why is that a go-to for these people?
Because they have nothing else. They have nothing else.
Because they got a dodgy hard drive and a guilty conscience.
And anytime someone starts throwing rampant, weird, out of nowhere pedo allegations, then
she's just thing, ban her.
I didn't say anything. Check their hard drive. Just saying, they just start throwing out pedo allegations at people. I get suspicious of them. Hang on. 3, you're a tourist and/or a casual. They say in response to my post about the lore. 4, it's just a stupid fantasy game. Why do you care? Which that one's always they always do that one too. It's just like, why do you care? Meanwhile, I'm gonna post 1,000 tweets. I'm gonna post 1,000 tweets about this constantly. These people are. I'm gonna post about this constantly. I care about it so deeply, but
well, you a tourist like me.
Why do you care? But they're calling me a tourist at the same time. It's unbelievable. Like, again, it is such. They're coded. I don't think they're actually.
The majority
bots.
of them are literally coded.
Some of them are bots for sure.
And
but like
I think the few who aren't really that much better than them.
Functionally,
like, are they
they're
even
bots,
people
yes.
at that stage? Really?
Again, functionally, they are bots.
They could be Quebecois, for goodness sake.
CDPR hires a bot farm to spread these. Here's the talking points. Here's the talking points that when someone says something they don't like about this trailer, here's what you say. It's one of these 5 things. And then the bots go out and spread it. And then the real life NPCs, the flesh sack NPCs, just repeat it because that's what they've been given their marching orders.
We're just seeing 2 different kinds of bots. One,
Yes.
One traditional digital and one wetware.
Yeah, one human, one AI. An AI in loose terminology. And then 5, of course, it's not out yet. You have to eat the turd before you critique anything about it. I was kind of astonished at just how bad it was, at how insane these people were. Holy shit. Hey, thank you. Lance for 50 says, Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew. Thank you, Lance, and thank you for the holiday wishes. It is it's Crema time. Thank you so much, Lance. It's important, I think, also. It's a weird time of year for all this stuff to be happening, but, you know, it's
You're watching Scrooge when you should be watching
all right,
How the Grinch
Spoon,
Stole Kwanzaa.
I am done with my rant about The Witcher. All I'll end my rant with this is that I really, really love these books and these games, like, deeply. I love this fucked up little family. I love these characters. So, like, here's this picture. You know, I really like these games, and why do I like them so much? It's because I love the family dynamic of Geralt, Yennefer, and Ciri, and I really don't want to see it fucked up. Also, check out this fucking album cover I accidentally took while I was watching a Wendigoon video. It's so cool. Try Jesus, don't try me.
Again, I reiterate, that's actually a real album that exists. We can't just...
I know. All right, shall we move on to your issue, more Spoon? Oh, real quick, I have one more. It's real quick. This is about the Civ update. So Civ 7 has been announced, and of course, well, let's just first look at Civ, not Civ 7, excuse me, Civ 8, isn't it?
No, 7.
7, yes. I can't count. Numbers are hard, man.
Oh, those of you at home,
Harriet Tubman.
Those at home, just so everyone knows,
Uh-huh.
If you want to confuse Aiden, ask her to rattle off just hit her with a basic maths equation.
Well, I can't do it. I had
and she'll
dyscalculia,
lock up
guys.
completely for a good 10 minutes.
Well,
Similarly, if you want to stop her panicking, you just say recite pi, please.
Oh, that's a good way to get me back on track. Yes.
Yeah.
3.1415926535897932384626433.
Do 6 times 19.
6 times. Wait. No, that's actually kind of hard because
7 times 8.
No, it's not.
Stop. I can't do maths
7
in
times
my
8
head.
is 56.
That's a hard one.
No, it's not. You're the one who speaks Japanese. You're supposed to be good at math.
No. I'm good at advanced maths. I have dyscalculia, which is where I have a hard time.
Okay, 73.5 multiplied by 215.2.
No, I can't. That's not advanced maths. I'm talking about fucking
What do you
doing
mean that's not advanced math?
Can you do a fucking multiple regression, my dude?
Okay, if the
I'm not
Pentagon
going both
has $7 trillion overall in the economy, and $2 trillion spending goes missing, how quickly will that fake plane crash through the Pentagon?
I need to pull up my IBM SPSS statistics first. I need my calculator.
If there are 2 towers and there are 2 planes, and why did Building 7 fall down?
Guys, I can only do like advanced statistics with my statistical software. I really can't. By the way, it's not uncommon. It is what dyscalculia is as a disorder. What you have is a disease. Whoa, holy shit, Lance for another 50. Holy crap, dude. Says, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone. Thank you, Lance.
The Grinch was such a cracker, he thought that Malcolm X was Malcolm the 10th.
What fucking voice was that? This is really good.
It's from How the Grinch Stole Kwanzaa.
Yeah.
It's now on YouTube again. It's fantastic. And they even did out all the fucking dodgy gifts.
Yes, we're getting off topic, and I will get the rest of the chat. Oh my goodness. Goodness. I'll just get them now since we're on it. Thank you guys so much for, as always. Man, and particularly, like, this time of year, it is very helpful. Because, man, there's been some rough stuff lately, guys.
It's going to my birthday
No, a
fund,
bunch of
which
people-
is likely going to buy me more whiskey.
Well, you're going to give me a cut, homie, too. But what the
I'll
hell?
remind you both, you poor pov motherfuckers. I'm still here to get my cut too.
Yeah. I know. Bill needs his cut. But here's the thing, guys. Thank you so much. It really is appreciated. Minnesota Fats for 2 says Syria looks like a waterlogged corpse in that pic. Yeah, I know.
She's looking puffy.
She's looking an American puffer. Slosher for 10 Canadian says, I don't get how some people on our side can't read the tea leaves in The Witcher 4. It's not that they can't, it's that
they got to use the cheese divination method.
V is making the mistake of just focusing on her appearance, and I think what we really need to focus on is the lore
V
issues.
is not allowed to discuss any more media if he can't get his fucking dick in check.
Just give the man money.
I had a bunch of people, as far as the whole Melanie Mac thing, a whole bunch of people telling me that they're on my side or on his side over mine, and even they're messaging me like, "Why is V going apeshit about this?" Like, I don't know.
Wave a copper penny under the Jippo's nose. That'll get him under control.
Yeah.
He's been messaging me like all kinds of weird messages and going crazy. I'm like,
V's a good guy, but like, I don't know why he's.
We all love V here, but by fuck.
I sent him a message that just went, V, I'm worried about you. You're going crazy over this.
A bit of a
invest in a cold shower.
Yeah.
Which is like it happens from time to time. I just don't know. He's too focused on the gooning aspect of it, and the problem is that like the problems with The Witcher 4 in and of itself and Ciri is not just the tits. It's that, as I said before, they all freaked out and were just like, you're just an incel man. And I do know it partially it's my name. I would think that if it was logical, but I know that a bunch of it's bot farms. As I know, obviously Aiden is a male Arabic name. I just got given it. It was a name I randomly generated for my character for Final Fantasy 11. I was like 11 years old.
And you're neither Arabic nor man. You're said a Hebrew female.
But it's okay. It's just
What's
that.
What's the problem with Hebrew?
I don't care about. You can make a badass older character. Again, someone brought up Ivy. You know, you can make a badass older female character. Just make her not hideous.
How about this? Instead of that,
more than that, can you make the lore make sense for me, please?
How about that? Instead of having a 20-year time skip, just have Ciri fuck off into like the multiverse accidentally, and then she rocks into fucking Elric, who is also another person who travels the multiverse.
Yeah.
You're an older female.
And that lets you have all the bullshit. You can actually can you teach Ciri how to use that elder blood? I don't know. How about you ask a Melnibodean who all have elder blood by default?
Is it specifically Turkish, Ymir? All right, I've seen. Yeah, I thought so.
Don't worry, the Greeks will still take responsibility for it at some point.
I randomly generated it when I was 11 years old, so you can't you can't expect me to have deep cultural understanding.
That's a name that really tells you, yep, this person's about to fuck up property prices in Constantinople.
It's just, I know tons of people whose internet names are things that they made up or came up with when they were kids playing games online and stuff. Anyway, so Slosher continues, they're breaking the lore and making Ciri more masculine. Yes, we've seen this before, and people are just plain dumb. That's exactly it. They are plain dumb and acting like, I don't see the problem. Yes, you do. Stop being R-worded, okay?
You can say retard again, don't forget.
Oh, right, yes.
Retarded.
Let's see. Right. Slosher for another 10 Canadian says, it's like how Van Halen requested the green M&Ms as a filter to see if the venue had done the safety check. Oh, right, yes. If they don't care about aesthetics or lore, we know the game will be worse than it could be. And yeah, it's like, if it was just the aesthetics, it might be like, ooh, what happened there?
Oh,
but it's also the lore
okay,
again. Wait.
No. Dean just chimed in with something. The VA for Harriet Tubman is Deborah Wilson, that bitch who looks like Obunga. The one that's in that the bug-eyed black lady that's in everything.
Deborah Wilson. I'm not familiar. Hang on.
The one who looks like Obunga. The one who the bug-eyed bitch from that Star Wars game. That was actually okay apart from her. The black bitch who's in everything.
Oh yeah. She's not that awful looking, man. She is a little bug-eyed though.
Have you seen her in games?
You are not a good judge of character when it comes to this particular melanin count.
Thank you, Slosher. Let's see. Chit Chat Cat. Did we read that one? I did not. I don't think it was. But
you would have been the kind of person that screws around with the help.
Chit Chat Cat.
I'll never live my dream of having a plantation.
We're working on it.
Can't have shit in Detroit.
It says Baldur's Gate 3 is
okay. Now let's look at her in a game.
Look
at her in a game. Ask for her as an actor in a game because God.
What's her name again?
Deborah
Wilson.
Yeah.
In a video game.
Because she looks fine. She looks perfectly normal in real life, but in
Whoa!
games, yeah, she looks like Kobunga from fucking the Terraformars meme.
Whoa, dude! Whoa! What? How did they make her? Dude, they did her.
Yeah,
they did her dirty.
That's
what the fuck?
Look at left one from that one. Up.
Oh.
Left. You fucking.
I am literally doing everything you're telling me, and then you change in your descriptions. Okay. Oh my god.
God damn! It's like someone shoved the vacuum cleaner in front of her eyes and just started pulling.
Dude, they're actually
looks
doing
like
this woman
Kobunga.
dirty. She is nowhere near this ugly in real life. Like she's not the
It's
best
just
looker,
Kobunga.
but holy, she doesn't look Kobunga. But people don't know.
Ubunga describes the state of her eyeballs.
Yeah, look, that's just Kobunga.
She's fucking Kobunga,
This Terraformars
dude.
meme.
What the hell? Like how? Why did they do her so dirty like that? That's awful.
That character looks like if you did like a woke version of the G-Man from Half-Life.
Yikes, dude.
Really true.
Let's see. Deans for 10 A says
Master Freeman.
Which I think is all I says Laura Breaks, uglified women, time to set their pattern recognition to 0 and put the horse blinkers on, because apparently you can't know something is bad without trying it. I know, right? It's like, again, you're taking a shit. Your pants are down, you are squatting on the table, and you're taking it, you are over my plate and be like, well, you don't know it's not out yet. You don't know if it's shit. Yeah, I have a pretty good idea that it's shit. Okay? Unless you massively change stuff, which CDPR now says they're like reconsidering the lore stuff, and it's like, well, it's too, I guarantee, because the writing process is generally pretty early on of figuring out what you're doing with this stuff, of like the character designs and the monster designs and the things you're going to do with the game. So
it doesn't matter what they fucking do. They shouldn't be doing it. They're only doing this to keep the rights. They should just fuck off with the series so we can have an Elric series. And have it done by someone who knows what the fuck they're doing. Which I know is a rare thing.
Unfortunately. Kids have been a member for
pump
23
Camille
months.
full of crack. Let him do it.
Thank you, Keza, for being a member for 23 months. He says, your king has blessed the stream, turning 32. Congratulations, man. So many white hearts in the chat, and I'll be live this weekend. That'll be awesome, man. Please stop giving eyes to titles from people who hate you. Just act like that doesn't exist. Like their father's love. Yeah, true shit. I'm not buying this game, and I would, unless something really odd happens, I would highly suggest against giving CDPR another fucking penny. You know? Sergeant Hodl. Diamond Hands Man for 20 says Witcher 4 is a silly retcon. What's next? Dandelion, Zoltan, Rock Troll, and Regis Witchers. Yeah, I guess so. The book doesn't say vampires can't be Witchers. Also, as Empress Ciri could improve the continent more than as a broke Witcher. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. The important thing that she's a walking secession crisis for every single nation on Earth.
She is the heir to the nation
every
of Sintra
single throne
and to Nilfgaard. And they
has
all have
close claims
on pretty much
else.
every other nation in the south. Yeah. So,
and she's born of just have her be the God Emperor at this point. Fuck it.
I'm giving it attention because it's the news right now, because I'm reacting to it and giving my bit of bullshit.
No, it's because you had a tizzy on Twitter.
Well, I wasn't expecting to get 20, like nearly 2 million fucking impressions on a tweet, right? I was
get any more bloody impressions on there, get to put a fucking wooden door on it.
Yeah, I got a little bit freaked out. That's a lot. Dean's oh yes, that was the Harriet Tubman thing. Which, speaking of, let's get into that. Harriet Tubman, the new leader of America in Civilization 7.
Harriet Tub Girl.
I never lost a passenger. Never crashed my train. Well, not many can say the same.
You didn't drive an actual train.
Hey, it's a metaphor.
I know but
don't be facetious about it. It's a metaphor.
Born Araminta Ross to enslaved parents in Maryland, Harriet Tubman escaped from slavery and dedicated her life.
Really can't have shit in fucking Maryland, can you?
Underground.
You know how many people that Harriet Tubman saved? I'm not saying that what she did was not unimpressive, okay? But she is leader attributes, diplomatic, militaristic.
I guess espionage gets lumped in with militaristic.
She freed. I've seen conservative estimates about
I'm just arguing, like, okay, you get militaristic because you happen to be friends with John Brown.
I guess. Militaristic. She literally did not engage in military action.
She was not a
smuggled
leader.
People out of the South.
She organized a people smuggling operation. She wasn't a world leader.
Yes, and why would she represent? She's not a leader. Now, apparently, the way that Civ 7, this is their excuse, is that the way that Civ 7 is going to work, for those of you who played the Civilization game before, is that it's going to work more like Humankind, you know, the game that fucking failed, that they were like, I see that game didn't do very well. That game that was copying us, it didn't do very well. Let's now copy the game that copied us, which will be that you essentially, like, you don't have a single leader of your civilization. So historically in Civ games, the leader of America would be like George Washington or Abraham Lincoln or something. The leader of Russia would be
Catherine the Great, usually. Catherine the Great or
Catherine the Great.
One of the Tsars. But it's like, what this boils down to is this is just a rip-off of that other like one of their other 4Xs where you go through the different ages. Like you can go Spartan into like Roman into fucking who knows.
Right. The idea is that you'll be able to like integrate different civilization aspects into your custom Civ. So you won't really you'll be playing as the Americans, but America can be whatever the hell you want. And you could also be playing as, I don't know, the Chinese and integrate Harriet Tubman into your civilization as a leader.
That sounds retarded.
She'll be working a lot longer hours if she's out in China trying to free all the slaves.
I am not saying that the Civ games are in any way historically accurate. They're clearly not.
If I got Harriet Tubman on my squad, can I have her break out all like the graphics card slaves that work in China and have them sabotage their entire civilization that way?
The thing that makes no sense to me is that the existing system of having great people in Civ works perfectly fine.
Yeah, because this is a rip-off of another game system that they themselves made.
Well, they inspired the Humankind game, and then they're like, well, actually, that game that failed, Humankind, let's go and rip that back off in reverse, which is so bizarre. So yeah, so you can make that's what I've read about this and what it appears to be the case, is that way you can make your own Civ. You could already do that. But this way you can be the Chinese and have Harriet Tubman build your railroad or something. I don't know what they're going to let her do. Just make her a great
Humankind works on Windows 7.
Like in Civ 6, which is Civ 6 sucks, but in Civ 5, which is the last one that's worth playing, because Civ 6 was when they started to go woke, because they introduced an entire DLC that was all about climate change. It was literally, they would charge you $20-$30, I think, at launch, maybe 40.
And all it would do is like routinely just hit you with like waves and shit, and like disasters that just randomly,
just randomly make the Earth flood and or burn. Great, thanks a lot for that. What a fun DLC.
It's like that one DLC in on the space ones, like
I don't know. And then this is another one where you see the cope where people are like, yeah, well, remember how Gandhi was a nuclear was always engaging in nuclear war in Civ, and now you have a problem with this? Excuse me.
Are we implying that if you like get Harriet Tubman to the right ranks, it'll like integer overflow into her liking slavery?
Well, here's the problem again when you talk about actual tourists and casuals, which is that people have heard that Gandhi was real war and nuke heavy in Civ, but they don't understand why. The Gandhi thing was
like
a bug.
In real life.
Was it in Civ 1 or in Civ 2? I think it was in Civ 1, wasn't it?
Civ 1.
It was in the very first Civ game, which by the way had a port for the Nintendo SNES. Okay, that's how old that game is, and that's its port. I think the game originally came out in like 1991. So we're talking about a very old game, and there was an integer overflow error because Gandhi was set to never engage in war ever, right? But what happened was that if you made too much peace with him, it caused an integer overflow, so that instead of being peacemaking, he became the maximum war hungry, because it went from 0 to like 99999999999, right? And it's a really hilarious bug, but it's a bug, and it is not that they intentionally coded Gandhi to be warmongering. So the fact that they are going back to a game from 1991 and a bug within it that has become a meme to say, well, if Gandhi's a warmongering dickhead in Civ 1, then why can't Harriet Tubman be the Queen of America? Or is it 255? You know what I mean?
Civ 1 literally came out on my birthday.
The maximum integer for the game's aggression meter, right? I don't remember the specifics, guys. I played these games when I was little. These early Civ games.
Again, Civ game. The important thing here is that they're just ripping off Humankind.
Yes, they're ripping off Humankind, which everyone hates, and it did not sell well, but here it is, yeah.
Railroad. Facing difficult odds.
Yeah, I think the first Civ came out like the day I was born.
Probably did.
It's September of 91.
This is, people are saying, well, she's not a real leader, or it's going to be more complicated. But it just tells you right here that she has a map start bias towards vegetated, which is like, I mean, that's a typical thing for an actual leader to have, is a map start bias, meaning you can start the game with Harriet Tubman as your leader of America.
People
she can spawn nearer the cotton.
Of safe houses and across treacherous terrain.
Can you believe this?
Freedom.
So it's saying she's a field leader.
Excel.
Now, there's been a meme going around of an image from this game where, like, you obviously investigate, or and invest research points in discovering new technologies in the Civ games, and there's been a meme going around that it takes you a certain amount of turns to be able to unlock the new technology, to discover it. And I have seen one floating around. I couldn't find it again, but I saw it as well. It is a meme. It's not real. It says, literacy, infinite turns. As in, you're never going to finish this technology. It's just too hard. You can't figure that one out. The cotton gin, that was good.
Oh no, you got the random event where one of your cities goes out to get cigarettes and milk. I'm sure it'll be back eventually.
Yeah, what? You have to investigate. You have to investigate the technology to discover. Why
Okay, real talk. Let's have someone out there make a 4X game called Race Wars, and just have it so you can start as each racial group, like haplogroup, and have it be like really granular, like have tons of different varieties, and just have each character get shit based upon their stereotypes, including bad and good events. Like if you're the black civilization, there's a chance each turn one of your cities goes out for milk and doesn't come back and defects to another nation.
Oh, Bill, here's a tweet for you.
Shit's killing me,
based on this
guys.
conversation. Hold on.
Aiden's dying still.
There you go.
Oh man, yeah, give me your best memes over this. I find this amazing. Let's keep going. We'll finish it up, and then we'll move into Spoon's grapes, which is that
letting the Mughals in.
Oh,
like how pov are we getting in this series? We're letting the Mughal Empire in.
Yeah, I don't know.
At operating in secret, which makes her an excellent spy master. And
because when she's black, she's so black, she's invisible at night.
Oh my god, yeah, she's not been unlocked yet. Spy master.
I guess she is an espionage kind of build. She's a girl hero.
My godfather's parents' farm in Ohio used to be allegedly used by the Underground Railroad. I've seen it. I've seen this shit. Like, it was a thing that happened, obviously. But this is a small, we're talking about a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand tops. And I'm saying real tops for Harriet Tubman herself, who she liberated. I'm not saying it was a bad thing or that's not respectable, but leader of the United States, Harriet Tubman, come on.
At least she can get the rails to run on time.
Well, they're certainly running.
She has
Harriet Tubellini
to persevere. In the modern age, consider pairing Harriet Tubman with America, whose production bonus.
You see, again, this is what they're saying.
No, 1940s German Harriet Tubman.
Again, they're saying consider pairing Harriet Tubman with America, meaning that you can have Chinese Harriet Tubman in this game because they're just stealing it from you.
Well, the strength of railroads.
I guess, yeah. Well, the Chinese do know a lot about railroad building. They did a lot of that in China. Ate a lot of shepherd's pies, from what I've heard as well, Bill. Do you know about that?
I hate Canadians.
We'll get to that later. Not about Justin Trudeau and Canadian healthcare is up to their same old.
Will help you build towards a better future.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Or choose a different path, all your own. But whatever you build, remember to build
Genghis Tubman.
Genghis Tubman, yes. Okay, so thanks a lot for just
every member of the Horde has 40 acres and a mule to ride.
What a bunch of losers. A video game rips off your video game, worse, does poorly, and your reaction is, actually, I'd like to do that, but even worse again.
God, black, like African, throat singing. Shit.
Okay, Spoon, are you here?
Hmm?
We're watching Just Some Guy's video about this.
I can't take his name seriously. Every time I hear it, I hear four big guys instead. Just some guy.
So Spoon's already made a video reacting to this, but this. Look,
there's another one for you, Bill.
crime plus 2,000%, wealth minus 50%, science to 0%.
Sounds about right. So, Spoon, you made a video reacting to this. I watched a little bit of his video and a little bit of your video, but Bill's not seen any of this.
My video is naturally a lot more funny.
Your video is doing way better than him in terms of views.
I mean, what else is new?
Well, yeah. So just some guy who, despite having 202,000 subs, compared to you, where are you at about Spoon? Well, like 70?
Okay, what's the competition here? It's been like the profile picture's like a recolored Captain Tatsunoko.
Yeah.
And Spoon's avatar, which is of course a old-timey image of Demi Lovato's best friend.
Thanks,
well, of
Bill.
course.
I am 331 or 56k.
There you go. I knew you were about 50. So you've got, however, you've got a fourth of his subs.
Roughly
and yet
speaking, yes.
You can kick his ass in views because what just some guy has decided to do with his channel for whatever reason. No, it's not the only reason.
No, that's the main reason.
It's what he's decided to do is to be a contrarian.
It helps.
He's decided he actually does like the woke stuff, but he can't really admit to it because he garnered that
he's also
202,000
bisexual,
subs.
Which, if you're a man, is cringe.
But he garnered just means you're gay. He garnered those 200,000 subs by talking about comic skate stuff, talking about the problems with woke shit in movies and video games, and then all of a sudden he gets insane Trump derangement syndrome and decides actually woke is good and actually woke doesn't exist.
The check clears.
Let's hear what he has to say about it for himself because I just listened to the little part that you should.
The comment section is hilarious.
I'm sure that's not going great.
It's called pattern recognition. It's the very first thing we see.
As gamers, you got to be kind of good at pattern recognition, don't you? Let's just listen to his short 6 minutes. Let's listen to it. His in defense of Intergalactic, the heretic prophet with this gender nondescript.
That literally looks like Kim Belair, by the way.
It does look like Kim Belair, like a slightly lighter skinned Kim Belair, slightly more Asiatic.
Yes. Says you're a free thinker more than seeing hundreds of people post the same comment and going, "Ooh, I like to be the 331st."
Okay, so we're gonna skip his intro. So
I'm unique, says the man who uses a recolored fucking anime profile.
Literally uses a bleach recolor. So be clear as to why he has any of the beliefs that he does. Is if other people believe it, it must be wrong. I called him a contrarian for a reason. It's like this is what the fans think. So they must be wrong because obviously it is the corpos who are correct. That's what he's become. I mean, enjoy your death spiral. Speaking of a death rattle that we're in, enjoy your death spiral, my dude. Here we go.
Well, all the versions of the trailer I found got massive downvotes, averaging about 70-30 against it. The official Naughty Dog release was even worse. Now, with that kind of reaction, you'd expect that the trailer would be a hot mess, but it isn't. It's a cinematic cutscene.
You see, Adidas fucking. So there's already within the first second, there's product placement.
Setting up the general plot. The game is set thousands of years in the future and has this 80s retro-futurism vibe.
Oh, the Porsche. So you've got Adidas and Porsche licensing within the first
Porsche's barely keeping the lights on today, let alone in the future.
Means, understand, of course, they're all being paid for this. Being set in the future, retro-futurism. Oh, so you mean it's another game like Concord ripping off Guardians of the Galaxy. How'd that go out? How'd that play out for Concord, by the way?
The shortest lived game in existence.
Shortest lived multiplayer game of all time. Wowee. Yeah, I mean, keep going. Let's see what happens.
The main character, Jordan, is a bounty hunter whose agent tracks down a notable bounty. Ugh. But there's a catch. He's hiding on the planet.
Nothing says bounty hunter like a 90-pound
Is Jordan a male or female? Woman. I think it's supposed to be a female, isn't it? It's impossible to tell, though. They're bold.
Or whatever it is, they're 90 pounds soaking wet. They aren't hunting any fucking bounties.
Left in over 600 years. The game will take place there, and Jordan will have to track down her bounty while surviving on the planet and figuring out how to live.
Is this actually a trailer? Or
with a literally 10-second long clip of gameplay.
Okay, yeah.
Now,
this is like an actual industry page.
And I was left wondering why.
Oh, fucking sorry, I forgot it's fucking just some guy. Just some guy's such a non-entity. I forgot it was his video.
Oh my god! I have no idea what sex this is supposed to be. I mean, there's some titty, so I'm assuming female, but everything else. This is Neil
Druckmann's game. What do you expect?
Yes, it's another Neil Druckmann game where Neil Druckmann.
Neil Druckmann should not be allowed in the fucking industry after he ran out the woman who wrote Legacy of Kain.
Yes, let's be very honest about Neil Druckmann at this point. He's done this twice in a row. Neil Druckmann is a homosexual man or he's some kind of bisexual. So he wants some kind of mutant that is male but with tits. That's what Abby was. That's what this is. He wants male with tits. It's not quite Futanari. He doesn't just want like everything that looks like a male but with a dick. No, he wants male body type features like bald and muscular but with tits. It's really clear now that this is
Druckmann
a fetish.
has a fetish for women who look like the ugliest twink you've ever seen in your life.
This is right? It's very obvious to me at this point. 2 games in a row. This is Neil Druckmann's fetish. I think we can all call it, right?
Is he Jewish by any chance?
Druckmann.
Yes, he's Israeli.
Oh.
He got the idea. He got the idea for the entire plot of Last of Us 2 when he watched an IDF member get beaten to death.
You can just call him Jewish, guys. Well, I mean, look at it. I don't know. Like this. No, let's go on.
It got all this hate. The trailer looked awesome.
No, it didn't.
The retro thing is still in fashion.
Oh, you mean the Guardians of the Galaxy thing? Yeah.
And say whatever you want about Naughty Dog, but their cutscenes are always top notch. That little taste.
Oh, I liked that one where they beat the main character of the first game in the skull with a golf club. Because men are bad. Yeah, I loved that cutscene. That was great.
The gameplay doesn't really sell the game, but it's just a teaser trailer at this point, so it is what it is.
This is another one. It's not out yet. I haven't finished shitting on your plate yet. You can't tell anything about it.
But those two
But I'm
things
still gonna. But now I'm still gonna keep going on arguing about it.
Let him cook, woman.
Can't be the reason for the hate. Is it because the main character is a woman?
No way.
Is it because she shaved her head like Ripley did in Alien 3?
That's not a good comparison. Everyone hates fucking Alien 3.
This is like again.
Alien 3 is bordering on unwatchable.
Pathetic. Wait till you find out what the answer is.
Is it because she's mixed race but looks Asian?
It is possible.
Is it because she might be a lesbian?
Ooh, that's a bingo.
Really? That's what he settles
Majority of people who complained didn't even watch far enough to find out she was a lesbian.
Okay, let's point out, just some guy, if you're going to use a cutaway gag, don't do it between every single one. It wears out the
so don't use an extend one that takes several seconds like that's a bingo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. If it's like another like a 1 second long clip or something or a couple second long, fine.
Yeah.
But these extended long clips in between each thing, and I've done this before. It makes it doesn't work well. I've done it before. I'm saying this as I've made this misstep. I mean, this is a point for you to improve on in the future.
Yes, and
the trailer doesn't say she is, but I'm sure.
As far as all these things are concerned,
wait,
you
hear what he just said though?
Hey, I'm still talking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Jesus fucking Christ, woman. My main thing would be if you were to just saw all those traits, ask yourself, do any of these traits that you just mentioned that are apparently bad, do they actually sell? No. Okay, so obviously then 4 of them is compounding and worse.
And what he just says here, though, too, is that he in his little clip montage, he asserts that, yes, the bingo is that it's because she's a lesbian, but there is nothing in the trailer that actually says directly that she's a lesbian. She's just ugly.
Folks at home who saw this character and hated her design and thought she was a massive cunt. Did you know she was a lesbian? I'm guessing no, because I didn't until just now.
Her hairline is receding faster than mine is.
Apparently she's not. Well, because there's nothing in the trailer that makes it seem that she's a lesbian, so he's just he's making that up and saying that's what people hate
James
her.
Hurley, I actually like Resurrection. I like Alien Resurrection, ironically. I'd much rather watch Resurrection than Alien 3.
The trailer doesn't say she is, but I'm sure people are thinking it.
So he just says, I'm sure people are thinking it. The trailer doesn't think she is, which means that you're thinking it.
I will say, in fairness to him, if you see a bitch with no hair, the chance of her being a lesbian voluntarily is quite high.
Well, she screams lesbian.
I don't even think she's a person.
Sure. Well, I don't. She's more like gremlin coded more than anything.
Call it what it is. It looks like a shaved chimp.
You look like Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Except there's
like
no
a
way.
9-year-old.
She looks like she looks like she's fresh out of fucking PG Tips advert.
Yeah, you look like a 9-year-old Mongolian child. I don't know.
A lot of Mongolian posting.
People trashing the game
Bill,
claim that doesn't matter.
There's only like 5 people in this chat that will get the joke. One of them is me.
Belongs to a different group than them. So none of those things should make a difference. But if that's the case, the negative reaction doesn't make any sense. So I did the thing you really should never do. I read the comments. Not on Naughty Dog's channel. They turned off the comments. A thing.
What a curious thing for them to do.
Oh, people Giga Turk at the top.
Yeah, look at this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everything on the screen is hideous. Fuck. So he went and read the comments.
And the bounty is a white man.
Yeah.
Well,
no, that's another Turk.
That's Turk. That's cool. That's specifically Azerbaijani.
Yeah.
His name though?
Colin Graves, obvious Turk. Yeah. Or
yeah, definitely didn't steal that passport. Also, yeah, like every character, like we don't have bionic eyes yet. We nearly got those now.
I love how he just runs over the fact that Naughty Dog turned their comments off so he can go do his little bitch fit.
Yeah.
Many people complained about in other videos.
God, is that a inbuilt like rollerball mouse with the actual click buttons are actual keys?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Video saw that they couldn't, downvoted the video. They may have done that first. Then went and looked up the trailer.
Hey, do you know why they downloaded the video? Because they couldn't comment? Because you denied. It's called psychological reactance, you fucking troglodyte. For real. You said you wouldn't allow them to comment. They might have not left a downvote, but because you wouldn't let them comment, that's all they can do. Their only comment they can leave is by leaving a downvote. Oh my god, this is such basic psychology. Holy shit, this guy's so dumb.
On other channels, downvoted those, and then left comments complaining about how they couldn't complain on the original video. Pray tell, why ever would Naughty Dog turn off the comments?
Because they don't want actual feedback, and I can guarantee you this, my dude, the like to dislike ratio would be less abysmal if they did allow comments, because people would have left a comment instead of downvoting.
No, I disagree. They would do both.
They probably would do both, but I think that I actually, based on the plethora of research that's available on this, people would probably be...
If even 10% of them forgot to then dislike.
Right, it would be slightly less horrible because then they could just leave their comment, get their feelings out, and throw it into the void. When they have no capacity to comment, they will dislike. Right? It's the only outlet they have, so they won't have time to think about it as much. It's like, well, fuck you, I can't comment, just dislike. This is such basic human psychology that it's actually frustrating.
But despite knowing better, I continue to read the comments.
Guy thinks he's way smarter than all. By the way, this guy thinks he's way more intelligent than everybody here. He thinks he's like a supreme intellectual. Just like to point that out.
Drain cleaner.
Yeah.
You fucking
the problem. And they all said the same handful of things. Tons of Jada Pinkett jokes, literally dozens of people, some of them in a row, writing the same joke.
Well, I mean, if the shoe fits, right?
Of course.
Why is everyone making the same joke? Because it's apropos.
It's obvious to anyone with eyeballs.
Then there were tons of it's woke, DEI, ESG,
well,
LMNOP, plus asterisk, hashtag up, down, left, right, holding, press start nonsense, complaining about the message. Sorry, I can't do a Scottish accent. With no one actually explaining what's wrong with the trailer.
Oh my goodness.
None of the acronyms and catchphrases they complained about are in the trailer. Can anyone tell me, without peddling the anti-woke narrative, what is wrong with the game?
Aiden, you want to fill in there?
The game's not out yet. So all we have to look at is what you've shown us. Same with The Witcher 4.
And if you didn't want this to be representative of the game, then why'd you show it?
Then why'd you show it?
Or is this just a DEI pitch so you can get some like BlackRock dollars? That's what it boils down to. How much can we sell our soul to get more money so that we can then pay ourselves rather than actually try and get a product that looks promising?
He says it straight up. He's like, he says outright, he just ignores any criticism of this game that is not out. And he's like, but you're not criticizing the actual game that's not out. And if you criticize it on the basis of DEI, ESG, wokeness,
I'm just not going to listen.
I just won't. Yeah. I'll just ignore it.
Well, here's an idea. How about the corporate types of what long since lost consumer confidence, and we don't owe you a single crumb of fucking benefit of the doubt. And
you'll never get the problems. Can you tell me what the problems are?
Yes,
what he says
for now, these fucking corpo scumbags do not deserve your benefit of the fucking doubt. They deserve nothing but fucking iron vitriol.
Yes, and Sultanar in the chat says
they're
as well.
They're a fucking cancer in the industry.
Yeah. So
Especially
Tuner in the
like
chat said, "No one is explaining what's wrong with the trailer if I ignore everyone who has said the things that contradict my statements." Exactly.
Yeah, true.
If I just ignore all the things that people are bringing up, then I don't see what the issue is. No one has any
I
complaints.
honestly think the reason why he says this shit is because he is an intellectual peasant. He has nothing to offer the space other than
he is a
rage bait.
definitional midwit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What has he said in the entirety of this video?
Nothing.
Nothing.
He thinks he's a fucking genius, right? But he is by definition
he's
midwit
older
and
than all of us,
specifically
by the way.
I know he's older than all of us.
How old is he?
He's like in his 40s.
His 40s, early. I think he's like early 40s. But he is sophomore to a T. In that, so the definition of what a sophomore is, right, is that in terms of what it means, it's that person where they're like their second year in college and they think they've got it all figured out, but they have no idea what they're in for, right? You know, you're taking some freshman classes, and they always had, again, it's sophomore is the old school term for what we now call midwit. Midwit implies some level of intelligence, and I've watched some just
enough information to think you're right when you're wrong.
Well, I've watched some videos from him in the past before he got TDS and went insane, and I do think he is a midwit in that I think that he is capable of having decent takes. I used to be kind of a fan, but this is just weak. This is weak. This is pathetic. You know, if you do, the only people who disagree with me think this way, and so I can just disregard all of it. Okay, dude. You have any evidence? No. You admit the game's not out, so you can't say it's not a turd. It looks like one. It's crowning. I can see it crowning. It looks like a turd. It's coming out of someone's asshole. So, you can use some, logical deduction there. Okay.
I'm not talking about from a technical perspective because we really don't have anything in terms of gameplay. I saw some complaints about
like we've got nothing of substance in your fucking video.
This is the same thing too. Is it like you can't tell
Pet Shop Boys?
Turd. Yeah.
Like fucking look, it's just a one scan of the actual thing. Like look, tell me that copyright's not had to be renewed or changed.
Again, this is full just Guardians of the Galaxy.
Why
shit
are we using? Were we using a CD in the far-flung future?
Well, see, it's the difference because in Guardians of the Galaxy, they use cassette tapes. This is a CD player. It's very.
Why didn't you just use an 8-track? Something that would actually be stable in space.
All this fucking. It's just a Guardians of the Galaxy ripoff, which they've already done. That's what Concord was, you stupid idiots.
And that's some floppy disks. Something.
Yeah.
Something with a bit more gumption to it than just fucking CD players. Jesus.
Go back to 3.5s.
But no, we couldn't do that. Dude. We couldn't use fucking.
Also tiresome.
We couldn't use cassettes or anything like that because then we couldn't have a big fat fucking ad read for Pet Shop Boys. Not that those old motherfuckers need it, like they're a fucking household name.
Yeah.
The first game to have product placement, and the game has this 80s retro thing, so of course.
Oh, you mean like Guardians of the Galaxy? Like
it's not 80s retro.
Too?
It's 90s retro at best because the CDs.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
cassettes will get up through 94, I think.
Like Stranger Things did. This is the thing: is that there's a couple shows and movies that got really popular that had this 80s or 90s retro aesthetic that really blew up and got very popular, and now these very greedy companies in video games in particular seem to just be like, let's just do that. That'll work.
You know what I love in my game? To really set like the cultural tone is a bunch of dated references. Well, sorry, dated references being used as a sheep's wool to hide the wool for fucking product placement. Yeah. So I can get sold a bunch of fucking albums from God knows when, or a Porsche. Yeah, good to know that small dick syndrome has survived into the fucking stratosphere. Why have again, I reiterate, why are bionics so why are they so rare? Why is this bitch got an eye patch and not a fucking robot eye? We have corneal replacements now.
Well, there's probably some reason. And yes, J. Robiatali, I'm pronouncing that correctly, vinyls are the hipster gold. As a hipster myself, or at least a recovering hipster, yes, if you want to do this shit, where's all the vinyl? Because
too big.
The thing is that when I was a big music hipster, everything, and I'm saying that this is in the mid 20 to late 2010s, the whole thing was about buying vinyl of everything.
I like my end joke though.
It sounds better. It's got more, what do they call it? Dynamic range on the vinyl. And then
his thing. If they want us to be accurate on good quality retro music, you'd need a PS1, which has a remarkably high quality CD player for a games console.
And they're also very beautiful and creative vinyls that people have been making.
The sound of a PS1.
Oh, man. Can we just listen to it for a second? Just have a PS.
Well, no, that might get a shit can. Oh wait, no, it's a game. It's a game. It's games. So it's fine.
It's PlayStation. You're fine.
Startup. It's fine. Like.
That's just like iconic childhood.
Oh.
There is
visual or audio candy. What's like audio? It's just like it
tickles the base of your spine.
It does. Oh my god!
There is legitimately since that there has been no introduction to any console that rivals that.
No,
like, not even close.
Yeah, the PS2 one was okay, but that one is so good.
I swear, if you like, I want to see like the fucking hertz rating of this thing because I guarantee it's like the same as those old church bells. Before they started melting them all down.
Yeah, there's something that's so good about that.
That's like the stuff they use for like football, like.
I never even had a PS1, but I go over to my friend's house and play her PS1, and it's just like something that's so deeply satisfying.
That's some actual like music theory bullshit right there.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. They messed something up.
Isn't it like 319 hertz? Is like tickles like your vibrates your bones.
Yeah, it gets the inner ear or something. Anyway, let's get back to this retard.
Going to be references to 80s music. There's going to be references to 80s cars like Porsches. Is that the reason the game is...
So you mean references, you mean sponsorships. You mean sponsorships. You mean sponsorships. You mean sponsorships. When Hideo Kojima was trying to get all those licenses for songs to put in Phantom Pain, he had to go pay money, and he bled Konami dry in doing so.
Killed her gaming division almost entirely.
This is a fucking ad. This is a product placement, my dude. This is not what Kojima was doing. This is a direct product placement. As with the Adidas. I mean, can you imagine being such a consumer of such slop? Just be like, I love the
Never make that noise again for the sake of the audience.
Give me more. Yeah, sorry, when it clipped.
More importantly, that's a very unpleasant noise to hear over.
Shovel it down my gullet. I love the slop. Please, major corporations, feed me more, Seymour.
Supposed to be bad? The retro futurism?
KHX sounds
Seriously?
better. It's comfortable.
What am I missing that's apparently obvious to a certain group of people who really don't like when things don't align with
what's obvious to a certain group of people, anyone not insane, is that this is a big fucking advertisement on the back of this fucking spaceship in this stupid.
Also, who drives a Porsche to a fucking bounty hunting gig?
True. Why?
It's like rocket. If I'm going on a security gig, I'm not going to rock up in a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, what are you going to?
I'm going to take my fucking midlife crisis card to a fucking shindig on a full contact job. Let's
talk about.
I wouldn't take it to a work site.
Bounty hunter spaceships, right? So we've got the Slave One. That's certainly not got any kind of fucking marketing on it. We've got the Outlaw Star. They stole that. We've got the Bebop. Did they steal the Bebop? I forget now. Did they? I don't remember, Bill. Do you remember? How'd they end up with the Bebop?
Well, thanks, DRT. Absolutely.
The Bebop, that was, I think it was Jet. It was Jet, financing it.
I think Jet.
Yeah, the Bebop's Jets, and it is the
but
Swordfish.
But there's still no corporate sponsorship. Even though there's corporate sponsors around that run all the bounty hunting stuff. I just like. Well, if you're talking about cruising my bounty hunter driving my Lambo, there is a whole album that I might suggest to you from MC Chris. That is just a bunch of songs about all of the bounty hunters from Star Wars driving in licensed motor vehicles. Which all started because he wrote a song called Fett's Vet, and he got really popular. Then you have IG-88's 57 Chevy, and Dangar's dump truck.
I'm trying to look up when they got the Bebop.
Yeah, it was Jet's boat.
Oh, okay, so it is... the Bebop was originally an interplanetary fishing trawler, and it's converted into a long-distance, base. Jet bought it, and I think may have actually run it as a fishing trawler on board. Yeah, it was bought secondhand by Jet.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's been a while since I watched. It's time to rewatch Cowboy Bebop soon, I think. But anyway.
Their politics and religion. I watched the trailer.
It's nothing to do with it. It's politics or religion. She's ugly, and this is ugly, and it sucks.
No, to them, being ugly is a fucking religion. It's the fucking. It's the church of the dysgenic.
Yeah, but to him,
it's a
if
church
you
of
don't
the
like it,
church of the fucking yeast beast that spreads and multiplies itself just for the sake of doing so.
Holy shit!
Self-perpetuating slop.
Gross.
The grey goo scenario of the gaming industry. Have fun crashing and fucking burning, and I hope it takes Druckmann down with it.
It's
on a fucking rope.
Dysgenic. That's actually it's actually pretty.
What
accurate.
did my eyes not?
They used to say that like, oh, the forest is the devil's church. No, look at this, the fucking gaming industry and the gaming press especially.
Sure, rewatching Ghost of Shell. Yeah.
Bill, tell us how you really feel.
This game so.
Yeah, exactly.
For legal reasons, I'm not allowed to.
Watch the Standalone Complex. That's a great show.
Unbelievably bad. Because there are some credible reasons to be a little bit hesitant about a new Naughty Dog.
Oh, really?
For one, the company's history of overworking their employees.
Oh.
The studio caught flack for their crazy.
Couldn't be because
Druckmann
Last of Us 2
also
was
horrific.
awful.
More importantly, Druckmann like horrifically mistreats his staff.
Yes, he's actually known for it.
Rand,
he's known for it.
Has destroyed the careers of multiple like A-grade fucking writers, including the woman who wrote fucking Legacy of Kain, the greatest written series in gaming history.
Yes, what people always forget that is that Neil Druckmann fucked her over. I'm sorry, what's her name? Could you look it up for me, Bill? I can look it up too. It doesn't really matter. But the woman who wrote Legacy of Kain, is one of the greatest.
Amy Hennig.
Amy Hennig. I knew it was right there in my head. Thank you. But
has BAFTAs for it.
As BAFTAs for writing video games, that's rare. And she got dicked over and fucked over by Naughty Dog and a bunch of these other people in the video game industry for being a woman and writing arguably the very best video game story of all time. It's not the only case, but isn't it curious how all of their care about diversity and inclusion in whatever suddenly drops the second that
and Hennig
doesn't make them money.
Hennig thrived in the industry before all this affirmative action bullshit. She actually held her fucking own. She's regarded as one of the
late
the
90s.
greats.
Yes, this was in the late 90s.
Multiple awards for her writing, and she gets sold down the water by this asshole.
Yep.
He gets a free pass because he happens to be a fucking Israeli.
But but Neil Druckmann is allowed to keep working. It's disgusting. But yes, reputation for crunch. Every fucking I would say this. My one defense of Naughty Dog is that every studio engages in crunch. The problem is that their games suck because they're driven by politics and ideology now more than they are by storytelling.
You have people working like 2 days on the trot with no breaks.
I did hear that though.
Just to get the physics
48
working.
hours straight. Yeah.
Which is disgusting. Overworks. He overworks his staff in crunch time more than even regular industry hardliners.
Companies do
more than Korean outsource places do, and they sometimes use some really sketchy fucking like bordering on slave labor practices.
Yep, I would say so. It does appear to be so.
For The Last of Us Part 2, and since then, Naughty Dog's restructured to reduce, if not eliminate, that problem. Time will tell, though, if that turns out to be true.
He's still in charge of it.
Say they'll avoid it. It's another thing when they've got a game in the pipe.
He's just gonna he'll defend it when it happens, no matter what, because it's just
no. He'll just like have everyone sign NDA so that if they dare talk about it again, they'll get shit canned.
Well, no, I'm saying just some guy will just ignore that if it turns out to be the case. And he'll put some throwaway line like this in another video, being like, "Oh yeah, they didn't really fix that crunch issue," because he doesn't care.
But we won't find out about it.
He likes this fucking. But the thing that's insane that Spoon brought up is that Spoon found a video. Actually, could you repost it, Spoon, from just like a year ago, where he's angry. He complains about ugly characters. The uglification of a video game character because she's black. It was a brown or black character that was made uglier, and he was upset about it. He just doesn't care when it's this random new character who's more Asiatic, I guess. I don't know. Very bizarre.
Give me a sec, I just gotta find
There's some criticism over the concept of the game itself because there are a few games tapping into that 80s futurism vibe. A lot of these games started development years ago, around the height of the popular.
Yeah, you want to talk about what happened to Concord? You gonna talk about what happened? I haven't watched this video again. You gonna talk about what happened to Concord?
8 years down the Swanee.
Yeah, it took them. They worked on that game for like 8 years. Died in a month.
Things and the retro 80s kit. Lots of people probably got the same idea, and because it takes years to release and develop a game, we're seeing them drop now. I don't know if that's a fair criticism though, because it's not their fault other people got the same idea.
It is their fault that they're not creative. That all they are doing is like, what's popular right now in 2018? Let's make that into a video game. If all that you have no creative vision, you have no actual interest. It's just like what's popular this second, and then you have to go 6 years down the development pipeline.
Hold on.
Okay, we'll finish this video and then we'll watch that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just watch like the first minute because
I don't know what else.
He just debunks himself in the first minute.
Okay, sure. If you got it.
I should be right back.
Yeah. There it is.
All right. Okay, so this is a video from a year ago, right?
Like 5 months ago.
5 months ago, even. Not even.
Yeah.
5 months ago.
I was told there was no.
Now, here we go. Let's just listen. Same guy, same dude, 5 months ago.
I was told there was no concerted effort to make women look unattractive in video games. Turns out that was a lie. Who could have guessed?
Okay, so there's his little intro, and then we'll move back into its actual point. Okay.
It's done under the guise of desexualizing women, but the usual result is that female characters get stripped of their femininity. They can be depicted as having wide hips, noticeable breasts, small shoulders, soft features, or pretty much any characteristic you would associate with a woman's figure. And of course, they can't be conventionally pretty. I need to say it that way because a typical response to pointing any of this...
That's basically it. That just
yeah, that's reason what matters. But he cares in this case because it's a black character.
I don't even think it's that. I just think he's full of shit.
I think it is.
No, I just think
either he's
full
totally full of bullshit, or it's that like this character is explicitly African American or black, and this character is more racially ambiguous. So he doesn't care if this character is hideous, but he cares if this character is hideous because they're clearly black. That's what I truly think that that's the case with just some guy having watched his shit for years and known his kind of weirdness. Is that he has a problem with this one because the actress is black, the character is black, and they made her ugly. Whereas this one is so, I mean, what is this even supposed to be? Racially ambiguous, gender ambiguous. This one he doesn't care about because they're not clearly black, right? That's why he doesn't care about this one. That's why this one's fine. Let's get back to it then.
The issue could actually be, because there's not enough information in the trailer to cause this level of a negative reaction.
Yes,
there is some information that might trigger people about the underlying plot of the game that you can get from reading interviews about it. Neil Druckmann said that the game would focus on a fictional religion and what happens when people put their faith in different institutions.
Of course.
I could see how a game...
Oh, I'm sure it would never not... I'm sure that if you have your faith in the science, that's the good one, I bet.
Being critical of religious fundamentalism might upset a certain group of people who are now neck deep in Christian nationalism.
And you worship the science that you don't understand.
I want to know, what the hell does that have to do with this trailer?
Who knows? It's
nothing.
Like these
Like,
are
you're just like a
speculative things about what...
psychopath.
These are speculative things about what might be in the game. My critiques of the Witcher 4 trailer were things that were in the fucking trailer that broke the goddamn lore. This is all like, whoa, Neil Druckmann says he wants to do this and that. Like, I don't really give a damn, you muppet. I don't care. I also don't care. Like, look, the character is hideous. She's just hideous, and it's clearly Neil Druckmann's fetish is that he has a thing for muscular, male-looking people with tits, okay? That's his fetish, okay? Let's just be honest about it. He's done it now twice. It's clear.
But that's not in the trailer, and I'm pretty sure none of these people bothered to look up anything about the game.
Why am I supposed to? That's the point of a trailer. Tell me what I need to know about this game in a visual format.
That's the whole point of the fucking trailer, you swat.
That's the point of a trailer. I don't need to go read your little essay about it. No. Show me what you're trying to sell me that's the point of a trailer, is you're showing me the product you want me to buy. You can't just be like, well, in another thing, I said this. I don't care. The point of a trailer is to show me what you want me to buy. You are asking me for my money. Give me a reason for it.
So it doesn't seem like that'd be the reason they downvoted the videos. My reaction to the trailer was that it looked okay, but without seeing gameplay, I'm not that interested. Also, I haven't forgiven Naughty Dog for trying to destroy my channel, so I'm not going to trip over myself to run out and buy this game.
Yeah, you will.
That said, I'd really love to know why people reacted so negatively to a glorified teaser trailer that looked solid. What?
He claims not. What did Naughty Dog do to try and destroy his channel? Would they give him a copyright strike or something?
I have no friggin' idea.
I have no idea. But this is a very, very... If they really tried to destroy your channel, why are you being like, this looks really good to me? Why are you defending them? I would never if some company actually tried to destroy my channel, I wouldn't be good defending them afterwards. You fucking out of your mind? I don't buy that. That sounds fake. That sounds fake as fuck, my dude.
Tangible, reasonable explanation do they have for hating the game? And it'd be nice.
Because it looks ugly. It looks bad. It looks like a Guardians of the Galaxy clone, just like Concord. The main character looks hideous. And she acts like a bitch in the little tiny trailer we got.
The question
what
I
else
want
do we
to
have
ask
to
him
go
is,
on?
why do I have to look at this and go, I must like this? I want you to just answer me that question. Like, why do I have to look at this and go, why must I like this? You realize you have to appeal to me. Like, if I'm supposed to play this, why would I look at this and why would this push me to buy this product? Very simple. Like, your whole job here is to appeal to me as the consumer. What about this is appealing to me as a consumer?
Yeah, and Jared Smith, I know Naughty Dog went against channels that commented negatively on Last of Us 2, but I don't think he did comment negatively. I'm pretty sure he was very supportive of Last of Us 2. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was super on board with Last of Us 2. So if I don't know what Naughty Dog supposedly did to him, I'd be curious to find out. I'm guessing it's a copyright strike, which case may have been erroneous. Okay. So this verbatim several times? I said it once, not twice. Okay. All right,
you said it at all? I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't know I said it at all. Yeah, okay, let's move on to a Bird Boys video. How long is this? Oh my god,
it's
long. Oh my god, this is long as fuck. Spoon, how much is this?
You could just make it like the first 5 minutes. Because the first 5 minutes is where he says funny shit, yeah.
Okay, so the Bird Boy is back.
By the way, if the chat wants me to do a video on this, I'm not gonna make it like an hour-long video as before, but like the first 5 minutes made me go, holy shit, this kid's ego is insane. And he has no understanding of media.
The thing is that the word grift has come to mean
nothing. The same thing as fascism. Like, fuck off.
Well, to retards it does, who are themselves grifters, and they really, really hate that word.
Okay, question for you.
Because it applies to themselves.
What does the word mean to you? Because I have two versions.
What does the word grifter mean? Okay, the word grifter means that you are being disingenuous on purpose with the express intent to garner an audience, to give you money so that you continue to espouse that position that you do not truly believe in.
Okay. And what's the other one?
That's my opinion of what a grifter is.
Okay,
and
so
what
I have two versions.
Okay, you go ahead.
That's one, and the other one is people who actually. So the one is what you peddle shit you don't believe in for money.
Yes.
The other one I think is the people who peddle shit that they believe in, but it's just false.
Yes.
So I would say like the one is malice, the one is insane ignorance. Like here's a good example. Vosh, you can be both.
Yeah, I think Vosh genuinely believes in his stuff, but he also gets paid for it, so it's a mix of things.
Yeah, but if you were to say like which one is Vosh, I can say he can actually be either, because I don't think he believes that crap, and also it is just objectively bullshit.
When someone is a grifter,
so,
to use that term to demonize or castigate somebody, I think you have to have pretty good evidence that they don't believe in the things that they're saying, right? In order to throw that word around, you need to have some kind of evidence that the person does not actually believe it, right?
He's Organized Chaos's husband. Do we know who that is?
I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I don't know. I think you have to have pretty good evidence, however, to know that somebody is intentionally lying. But what grifter has come to mean in the eyes of, I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
What?
Okay.
What are you reading?
Okay. Okay, no, this is... Let's just go back to
what's happening.
Section. Okay, so a while ago, someone said to me,
goals, right?
look up someone who Organized Chaos is, and Organized Chaos is like a group of misfit jackasses who are just anti-mauler, anti-drinker, basically anti all the the big nerdrotic mainstream, the big. Mm-hmm. The big kahunas of the anti-woke crowd on YouTube.
Sure.
Yeah, and they have less subs than I do, for God's sake. The only reason why Birdman has subs is because of his Cinema Sin shit. If outside of that, he has no fucking traction.
Yes.
Our return, pimp.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, pimp.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, Birdman's entire audience is based on years of him cinema sins, which is like the most lazy ass fucking content imaginable. But okay.
Yes.
No. So what?
So Organized Chaos is basically the head of that little group.
Ah, I see. Yes. That makes sense.
It's the husband joke.
Yeah. Here's about going back to the term grifting and what it is that the people who seem to get so upset about this, you're a grifter, you're a grifter, you're a grifter. As with many things in life, I have found to be guilty of that from which they protest. And it's because they don't want their own grift to be found out. So they'll just call you and anyone else a grifter while doing the same, actually doing far worse shit, because they will claim that there's no way that you can believe differently from them, so you must be lying about it. When the reality is,
basically the reality.
Most of these people don't actually believe the things that they're saying either. They're just saying them because they think it will make them popular. And it's impossible to tell which. But I can tell you this from my personal experience: that the people like over at EFAP or FNT believe the things that they are saying. They're real ass people having real conversations. Look at this bird boy does not go on streams with people and just talk, right? Why do you think that is?
But only to his crowd. Yes.
Right. He wouldn't go on FNT.
He basically says the exact same shit here that he does on a live stream.
Yeah.
So he just sits in an echo chamber.
This is a thing that really was very heavily seen, like people fronting like this is, I call it cosplay rot, because this happened first in the cosplay industry when they realized they could make money selling pictures. Popular, I'll wear it to get publicity or money.
I was so involved in that, or at least I saw it happen all around me.
That's what this is. This is like cultural cosplay.
But yeah, it's exactly that thing too, where it's who is aligning with the corpos, the people who actually have the money to pay for shit, and who is aligning with the fans, where you have to crowd. And by the way, again, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel, supporting the stream. It really is appreciated because it does mean a lot to us. You know, like I know it's man, Christmas. Hey, at least Trump is back in. Bidenomics is out. Let's go, lads.
The horizon's right in front of every motherfucker. All you need to do is try and scrape through this week.
Sunrise on the.
I picked a good time to go back home.
Yeah.
Trump administration, I'm earning dollars. I think for that.
Yeah, we're all gonna be making more money. It's gonna be way better. But
get your fucking money up.
Who the fuck do you think who is the real fucking grifter? You, the motherfucker who is supporting massive multi-million-dollar companies and anything that they shit out, versus a bunch of people who are funded by fans and viewers and people who just feel a certain way about stuff.
You have to hear how he defines those people within the first. It's only the first 5 minutes that maybe just go holy crap, that is unbelievably patronizing.
Hey, listen to this. Let's listen. I did listen to a little bit of this. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but the little bit you sent me. He's a lunatic, dude.
Contest is a scenario where individuals base their choices not on their own preferences, but on what they believe others will choose or find appealing. It's so named due to the phenomenon where judges of a beauty.
What you just described is literally anyone throwing a sales pitch. You realize that, right?
Yes.
Get your fucking money up.
Also, motherfucker, Satan fucking, he always does this. He cites Wikipedia articles. This guy is the fucking definition of a fucking Dunning-Kruger case.
Oh, and by the way, Birdman, speaking slowly and this close into the microphone does not mean you are saying anything interesting.
No, it sure does.
Look at me, I'm full of shit.
Look at me. I speak really high pitched and really fucking fast, and I got a bunch of important shit to say.
You squawk
too many
wildlife.
Thoughts around my. I got a whole bunch of thoughts in my head, and I gotta get them out. Squawk, you know.
And she likes to peek the microphone every 5 minutes to make sure that anyone who's using this to sleep to wants to kill themselves.
Keep on your toes, motherfucker.
Contest vote on whether or not the other judges find a contestant beautiful.
Yeah, this is why is he so slow? Like I know he thinks it actually makes
him
sound more intelligent. No,
I got a deep ass voice. You don't see me lollygagging around.
No, homie, it really doesn't make you sound faster or sound smarter. Just like talking faster does not make you sound more intelligent, Ben Shapiro. And I'm saying that applying to myself too. On me, it's on accident. But talking
no scandal
really
in front of the Goya maiden.
Doesn't make you sound any smarter. Just like talking really slow and deep don't make you sound any smarter. Come on, just say what you say, real ass shit, and you don't have to worry about how you say it.
rather than what they themselves think of a contestant. It seems rather counterintuitive, but when this concept is applied to other realms of society, it begins to paint a clearer picture. One example is an election, where a voter may support a candidate they think is most likely to win rather than their genuine preference, to avoid apparently wasting their vote.
It's extremely limited understanding of this entire fucking element of research. But yes, it's that. Okay, sorry. I have a whole video on this. You can watch the video before my last one. It's literally about this topic. I have a 2-hour-long video about it.
Yeah, I think the Republican Party demonstrates this quite well, as back in 2015, when Trump announced his candidacy, the party fought hard against him in the primary, but when it became apparent that he was striking a chord with the public and was likely to win the nomination, everyone fell into place. The Democrats seem to take the opposite approach, where they seemingly decide who they want beforehand and push that candidate regardless if they are popular with the public or not.
Oh, you mean like how they stole the nomination from Bernie? Yeah, that was really cool.
Which time? You need to be more specific.
Oh, all the times. I'm curious.
I will say this.
How is he actually
there is something interesting about this, though, because you can say that is effectively rather malicious to rob the Democratic voter base of their candidate, but the reality is Bernie's policies would fucking
they were unelectable.
Yeah,
they were unelectable. But if the whole thing is that we're putting in place the people that we want.
Yeah, but it is also
not a good
yeah, but it is also
tell it to the British fucking public apparently, because they'll elect fucking any dickhead.
Yeah, because it is a bit like saying your voters are a bunch of children who want to just eat chocolate all damn day, and you're telling them they can't. Like, okay, yeah, you shouldn't. In your votary idea, you shouldn't do that. But eating chocolate all damn day is not objectively good either. And someone needs to tar wrangle you morons because your choices are shit.
Well, yeah.
Somebody has to be the grown up in the room, and it's clearly not the voters. Like, that's the reality.
It's weird that he's kind of seemingly agreeing with that in a weird way.
Yeah, but it's kind of it's a bit weird.
It's so funny when you come across people who, like, that's why I'd call
Make
him
a good point, but
Dunning-Kruger or midwit. Is that like he has the capacity to think outside of this, and he just skates it a little bit. He keeps doing it, like he like an almost same as just some guy. They can see the truth, kinda like in the distance, but they can't.
Just some guy is smarter than him, though.
That's not hard to do, but yeah, they can see like there's some element of truth to it, or they accidentally.
Also, they're not white, so let's be they're not white. The pattern recognition skills is not going to be as good. Let's be real.
Okay, I'm not going there, but
I am.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill.
And this has resulted in them getting beaten in 2016 and 2016.
Bernie every single county in West Virginia. Counties.
Yes.
Hey, my home
single
state.
county went for Bernie.
Yeah, but this is not something to boast about.
Hey.
Hillary came in third place behind somebody named Paul Farrell. I don't even know who that is.
This has nothing to do with the video. Your son of a bitch keep moving.
That's my home state, motherfuckers. Let's goddamn go. West by God, Virginia.
Won all 55 counties in West Virginia. The West Virginia Democratic Party went to the Democratic National Convention and told this lie.
19 votes for the next president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Single lone West Virginian did her best to put her little homemade sign within the camera frame so that the American people would know the truth.
Politics isn't the only area where the Keynesian beauty contest makes sense. The stock market is famous, or infamous, for investors buying a stock they believe
By the way, you understand why they did that. Again, it's because Bernie couldn't win. They knew he couldn't win.
Of course.
That's why Hillary couldn't win either, but she at least had a chance. Bernie stood no snowball's chance in hell. Now, is it fucked up? Welcome to democracy. It's all fake and gay.
Oh yeah, Ghost reminded me, he went through my video and altered all of my appearances of my avatar, which is legitimately some psychotic schizo shit.
It is psychotic that he altered all the, like, to replace you with... I mean, like, he couldn't bother to do any research or listen to what you were saying, but he did bother to go through and just replace your avatar with...
Hey, Spike's cheap!
Toy Story? Yeah, I guess
Spike's
cheap. Intellectual prowess is difficult. Spite's simple.
Yeah, it's difficult if you happen to have the IQ of a fucking squirrel.
Others will find attractive, only for that
man, that's offensive to squirrels.
To pull out early while the interest is high, making a nice profit in the process. On social media, this concept goes from amusing to outright insidious.
I don't care what Grum's has to say.
Grifters will make video after video on a property before it has even come out in an attempt at catching the wave of hatred before it starts, and often end up being wrong while hilariously changing their tune.
Okay, the Fallout series was an extreme outlier because it was lore-breaking garbage, but it was at least semi-entertaining, having seen a couple episodes of it. When I was in Vegas back when it was coming out, a bunch of us were watching it because, you know, I'm out there with the Geeks and Gamers folks. So we were all kind of like, they're all doing it for videos. I'm just kind of being like, well, everyone's talking about it. I'll keep up with the episodes on this as it comes out. It was not as bad as I was anticipating. Don't get me wrong, it was bad. But it was nowhere near as bad as it looked. It was stupid, it was dumb, it was lore breaking.
Can we just point out the fact that these people are 99% of the time correct about every single fucking franchise that tanks, and he picks the one that they succeed in sometimes to vaguely make his point. It's like, dude, it's not even the same freaking person.
No, it's the same.
Like, eat shit.
Josiah, no, it's the same Josiah Rises guy saying the same thing. He said he quite liked it after he watched it, and I have to be honest.
No, the one before.
No, it was the same Josiah Rises guy.
Oh, sorry.
It is the same guy. He's right. It's the same guy. But
wait, what's the date on it?
Okay, so this one just says 3. It says 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, because he's measuring what the audience is saying, and that's his opinion.
But then this guy, I don't know this Josiah Rises guy. No
yeah,
offense,
but you see,
man.
that's my point, is that he will pick an opinion that isn't based on what the guy thinks. He's looking at the broader old perspective, and then he says, oh, well, I watched this. So that's not a good indication of the point you're trying to make, because you're judging group opinion versus this man's personal opinion. See, I almost call him just some guy. Well, they all look alike anyway, and they have the same opinions. So there, he's already fucking up his point. Well, he does this all the time, by the way.
I actually think it's also what Tomb of Arminius said, is that the bar is so low, so anything average looks like a masterpiece. And I think that's really what happened with Fallout. I think that's genuinely what happened with Fallout, is that Fallout was...
It's what's called the Goblin Hero effect. I don't have to take a step forward, everyone else just take a step back.
Right.
We've been fucking moonwalking through this industry.
Fallout was okay. And because it was okay, it was
There was an overseer with one eye in the trailer. Fuck off.
Oh, dude, we should actually watch it together, Spoon, because I guarantee if you and I get together and watch it as two big Fallout nerds, I know you don't like to call yourself a nerd. You and I get together and watch it, we will have a lot of complaints.
Probably just say no.
Starting riff tracks.
Well, no, look, the people I was talking about it with at the time were less giant mega Fallout nerds, and they kind of were. And by the way, they're Geeks and Game. I was at the Geeks and Gamers meetup when I was watching the series, right, in Vegas last year. So it's those people, and they were having more kind of like, it wasn't so bad, and I was like, okay, maybe you're moving me to your side, but I think I need to rewatch it. And as a big giant turbo Fallout nerd, and realize why I don't like it, because there were a lot of things that stuck out to me, but it wasn't so aggressive as a lot of Mauler's still defending the show, Aiden. Well, Maul and I disagree on all kinds of stuff with media, so we're allowed to disagree. By the way, like, we're not a hive mind. That's the whole thing. Which is a contention that Birdman has here, is that basically, like, anyone who is quote unquote anti-woke is all a big hive mind who all agree on anything. That's not true. We disagree with things all the time on our opinions on certain pieces of media. That's the whole point of this. Is that we disagree. We're not a big fucking hive mind, bird boy.
I bet you don't even watch Oxhorn.
Anyway.
You know who that is?
This concept is
No, I don't even know what that is. I've heard of it, but...
Okay, you don't even know who... Okay, Oxhorn is a very famous, like, Fallout narrator on YouTube.
Yeah. I've heard the name, but I don't... Yeah. It's not what matters to me, that Fallout. To me, it's only, oh shoot, what's his name? Chris Avalon.
Or to the grift. It is a surefire sign that you're dealing with a grifter when you see it. But what is a grifter?
Oh, good. Define it for
Given
us,
that the nature of this series is to expose grifters and their behaviors, you might be wondering why.
It's interesting why you've been doing a series on grifters, and only now you decide to define what the fuck a grifter is. That's curious.
That's quite strange, actually.
It's taken me so long to define what grifting is. I'm often criticized for being too optimistic, and I can see where
you're criticized for being a liar, but okay.
Those people are coming from. I assumed we all knew what a grifter was, but after making my video on the critical drinker, I noticed quite a lot of people, mostly his fanboys, attempted to...
Oh, how can you know that they're his fanboys? Look at this.
I wasn't a massive fan of drinker, and I just debunked the crap out of you because your video was shit.
Yeah, your video was shit, so you just assume that they're fanboys. You just make shit up.
My drinker did actually quite well.
Yes. What? How can you make... Okay. Having made videos on YouTube for a long time, the one thing that I can tell you this, and it's not just from making videos on YouTube, it's from writing research papers that I did before I did YouTube. What you need to do, excuse me, sir, is that you need to begin by defining your terms. If you can't define your terms, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and neither does anyone else, which allows them to fill in the gaps within their own head, which is what you wanted them to do. Can you define what the fuck a grifter is? Because no one knows what you mean when you just throw out a term and say it's a bad thing. Jesus.
To call me a grifter,
Well,
which
you are.
I found amusing, but it also made me realize that people don't know what a grifter is. So today, I'm going to define it for you and provide some examples so that from now on,
Oh,
you'll be able
please.
to identify when someone is grifting.
Let's go. What is grifting?
The term grifter traditionally refers to someone who engages in schemes for financial or material gain, often involving deceit. A famous, non-controversial example would be Charles Ponzi, the originator.
Yep.
Yeah, politicians.
Oh, yeah, I think
they objectively fit that description.
Sure, absolutely. So you're going to have to explain how people who are giving their opinions on the internet are engaging in something equivalent to a Ponzi scheme. If this is what you're using as your starting agenda, but we'll see where he goes from here. This is what you're using as your starting point, is that a Ponzi scheme, a fraudulent scheme that involves paying existing investors in a non-existent enterprise with the funds collected from the new investors, aka a pyramid scheme. If you can find some way to supplement that claim on how people who have YouTube channels where people enjoy the content and watch it because they like the content and sometimes donate to it because they like the content, how is that a Ponzi scheme? There's no new investors. There's no... Yeah.
He's going to address that.
Of the infamous Ponzi scheme, a type of investment fraud where returns are paid to earlier investors using the capital of newer investors rather than legitimate profits. Under this definition, if I tilted my head sideways and squinted my eyes, I can kind of see why people don't think what Eric July, Yellow Flash, and the Critical Drinker do is grifting. Their audience's defense for them is that they are simply telling everyone their opinions, and opinions can't be grifting, right? Well, when we call these people grifters, it's a shorthand for...
What does he mean by we? By the way,
it's fanboys.
Okay.
Media grifter, which is a different kind of grifter. A media grifter engages in the dissemination of false or misleading information, not necessarily out of genuine belief, but as a calculated move to attract attention, provoke outrage, and maintain relevance in the media landscape. These people have a
So they're not making money off of it. They're not even trying to engage in it for money, is what he's admitting. That they're just doing a thing that you don't like. Oh, what the fuck? They're being mean to my massive multi-million-dollar franchises. That's what thank you for defining it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Your definition of grifter is they are being mean to my massive multinational, multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar corporations. That's a grifter. Okay, thanks. Am I wrong? Is that not what he just fucking said there?
Yeah, let him cook. He's going to make it worse.
Oh, no.
Let him cook, for fuck's sake.
You're shitting me. He's going to make it worse. Okay.
Profit motive. The key element of any grift is financial or personal gain. By selling outrage, these individuals tap into emotional responses to drive engagement, which translates into clicks, subscriptions, and ad revenue. Like the Ponzi scheme relies on enthusiastic and inexperienced investors, this type of grift relies on the gullibility of the audience or the person that's being sold.
Who's losing anything?
Let him cook.
The outrage. Grifters capitalize on the audience's biases and general unwillingness to scrutinize the things they're saying. In a previous video in this series, I spoke about how go woke, go broke was just a cute saying that doesn't map onto...
You just said if you listen to someone and you have a similar opinion, it's because you're unexamined. Do you realize how unbelievably condescending and stupid that sounds? What?
I'm actually at a loss for words, which is
wow, crack's a hell of a
rarity
drug
for me. So if you agree with somebody, you watch a video and you agree with the things that they're saying, that's a grift. Then what are you doing?
Yeah, that's a good question actually. Like, how is this any different to what you do?
Who's watching your videos? Who's giving you any Patreon dollars or whatever the hell?
Yeah, fanboys.
People who agree with your opinions, in which case you're a grifter too, by your definition. If the definition of a grifter is saying a thing, other people agree with your opinion on the thing, and then they give you money or they support you because of your opinion, that's a grift. In which case, you are a fucking grifter, Birdman. I don't. How could you say something like this in all seriousness and not understand the fucking implication of it?
Yeah, grifting is being based. That's literally his definition. Yeah, that's actually not far off his actual definition.
But it's fine when it's not grifting when he does it. I guess. Okay. I guess.
The reality. Whether or not media grifters actually believe this debunked concept remains a topic of discussion. But what is clear is that their audience actually believes it's real, and that's entirely the problem.
Just throwing. Why do we keep watching this retard stuff again?
Dude, this is actually hurting my. This is actually hurting me that he's this stupid and that anyone would watch and believe this. Is he getting torn up?
No, it's his own audience.
Okay. Oh well, he's one of these guys.
Watching this tripe.
Well, no, he's one of those guys who's purged his audience of anyone who disagrees. So
he is notorious, apparently, for fighting with his own audience.
Yes,
and deleting comments.
And he purges anybody who disagrees with him.
He blocked me after 2 comments.
Yeah.
Like, he's a bitch. He talks big, but he cannot back up any of his shit. He's clearly a pussy.
Yep.
Problem and why this series exists. Let's pause for a second and talk about another type of grifter.
Okay, no, you can stop here.
I don't care anymore. Okay, we're done.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
I don't care about this flat Earth. Who gives a fuck? Nobody cares about the flat Earth stuff. It's stupid.
I find the flat Earth crowd really entertaining. I like them.
By the way, here's what Hollywood. Here's what Hollywood does to a motherfucker. I want to show you what. Oh my god, this is what Amanda Bynes now looks like. By the way, I'm pretty sure Amanda Bynes was diddled as a kid.
Jesus, what happened to her?
She got diddled as a kid. Because she was in Hollywood. Remember she had a huge crash out a couple years ago? But oh my goodness.
And she's been trying to recover from that ever since, apparently.
Oh. Oh my god.
I don't know what she used to look like.
Just to bring up a
She's only
picture.
3 years older than I am.
I know, isn't it crazy? Look at what she used to look like as a kid.
The wall leaves no survivors.
Well, not kid. I guess she's probably like 18 here. But I hope so. But when she was younger, I mean, like, how old is she in this picture? I don't know. 2009. Oh, I can't do that maths. Top of my head. Like I just said. So let's see. 1993, 2009.
It's 15 years ago.
I'm trying to see how old she is. She's only 16 in this picture, okay?
She's 16?
In that picture.
Jesus Christ.
In this one.
People age badly. Fucking hell.
Well, I'm saying she's very young here.
She looks way older than 16. It's creepy.
She does look way older than 16, but then, like, look how old she looks now. How old was she?
The wall leaves no survivors.
38? Oh my god, she's 4 years older than me. What the fuck, bish? What? Oh my god, look at these nails. Oh my.
What did you do to your face?
She has been a drug addict. She got molested, I think, probably. I'm not saying that for sure, but it looks that way from the stuff that happened to a bunch of those Nickelodeon kids.
It's pretty sick, bet. She's running the Schneider era.
Yeah. I don't know. Wow. What a mess. So, is the woke being put away? Very disheartened trans actor speaks out as Disney changes her Pixar character to be cis.
That's because you were a cash cow momentarily, and now that nobody wants to fucking buy your shit, now you have to go back to what sells.
It's all ogre. Could someone take this article for me?
Nobody wants to buy
just to read it a little bit.
The only thing people want to buy in the Western Hemisphere is white and straight.
I would, but I'm about to take my chicken burger out the free.
Oh, okay. Spoon, would you like to read this?
I don't really know.
Go ahead. No, I can do it if you're not willing. All right.
An up-and-coming Pixar animated television series will no longer include a transgender teenager after Disney removed dialogue that referenced the character's gender identity. I fucking wonder why. Win or Lose, which everyone will lose watching that show, on Disney Plus in February, follows different members of a young mixed-gender softball team, the Pickles, in the lead-up to the championship game. Voicing the show include comedian Will Fort as the team's coach Dan. The Hollywood Reporter was the first to reveal that several lines of dialogue that referenced the transgender character's identity, which probably shouldn't be in the fucking sports team, had been removed. In a statement, Disney confirmed the change, saying, "When it comes to animated content for a younger audience, we recognize that many parents would prefer to discuss certain subjects with their children on their own terms and timeline." No fucking shit. A source close to the show told the Hollywood Reporter that the studio decided 2 months ago to change the gender identity of the characters, whose name has yet to be revealed. Chanel Stewart, the 18-year-old transgender actor who voices the character, said she was very disheartened by this. That's a guy, by the way. From the moment I got the script, I was excited to share my journey to help empower other trans youth, you demonic hellspawn.
The only reason you cared about this is to fucking show your weird politics stuff.
Yeah, you're cringe. I knew this would be a very important conversation. What? Why would this be an important conversation? Fucking who? Trans stories matter. No, they don't. And they deserve to be heard. No, actually, they don't. And apparently Disney thinks the same thing, especially when there's profit on the line. She confirmed Disney had told her that her character is still heavily in the show, but that she would now be a cis girl, a straight... Okay, just say straight, you fucking twat.
It's just straight
Say normal.
female.
Yes.
Yeah, say a normal girl. There you go.
Also, I don't like the word because cis in Afrikaans means gross.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Yeah, if you say something is cis, it's like ew.
Yeah.
Yeah, her mother, Keisha, I wonder what race her mother is, told Zick, and I wonder why her father...
No father in the picture, guaranteed.
Yeah, that was a joke I was going to lead with now. Yep. Told Deadline, there may be some parents out there who are not ready to have the conversation. Yeah, because they're probably too busy beating their kid. But this is the world that we live in.
They're probably too fucking busy actually raising their kids instead of fucking mutilating them. I don't know.
Yeah. And let's be real, if
weird Munchausen by proxy cases.
If you were a father, you would go to whatever is pumping your kid full of shit and just go, if you keep telling this shit to my kid, I will make sure that you don't ever speak to any human being ever again.
Yeah.
Everyone deserves to be recognized. Okay, no, actually they don't.
They don't.
I staunchly disagree. There are some people that should never ever see the light of day ever, especially when it comes to
No.
Because they understand
everyone should be recognized. That's what the sex.
Like
that's what the sex offenders register is for.
Yes, that's what the exactly. That's what the sex offenders register is for. If everyone deserved to be recognized, then we got to put we need pedophile fucking representation. And if you think that they're not gonna, because I know that the Christians have been saying that shit for the last 30 fucking years, but the reality is that they were right. They were right. It all ends up at pedophile fucking acceptance, and it always has. It's always been the fucking point.
So we'll say everyone involved is a nonce.
Yes,
yeah.
I would imagine
also wear
so.
smaller hats.
Like I said, there are nonce.
Yeah,
it's just we're just living our lives. We're just living
that's the problem.
our dream.
You should stop doing that.
Yeah, you probably fucking should. If you're a pedophile, fucking go under the jail, motherfucker. I'm sorry, I don't
Rest
care.
in pavement.
Obviously, it's a brave thing to say. It's what every single human being who's not absolutely insane thinks. It's not brave, for fuck's sake.
Normality is bravery. You know how bad
way
things
of
are.
Trying to sneak it in under the fucking table. Be like, ooh, everyone should be accepted. It's just a sexuality. Okay, sure, cool. No, it's
Rest
not.
in pavement.
You're a fucking abuser. And they always do this shit. This is
Why?
Now I have said before that I think that they're putting the woke away, and I think they are. That's why they just canceled that shit with the trans character. But like I said before, and we'll see if myself and Scrump and AA are right about this or not, is that you're going to see the kind of vestiges die off. Like, the little, the last little animals struggling as the evolution marches on, and they're just struggling there to survive. So you're going to still see a bit of it for a while. It's going to way die down. But when it does still happen, it's worth pointing out. And when it comes from Google, it's worth pointing out. So this is an ad from Google for Christmas.
So dry. This winter dryness is not it, especially when I have so many holiday looks to pull off. Thankfully, I know just the thing. And it's in stock nearby.
Wow, Dr. Taub's let himself go.
Oh my god, what happened to Taub? Man.
Everyone.
I don't know why, but he reminds me of Milo.
person.
Yes,
What's up with their hair? Everything about it's awful.
To me.
Yeah, why is it got like the same like hairline as a fade?
Yeah, what? Okay, this is just awful. But yeah,
He looks like he looks like one of the characters from Midnight Club 2.
Yeah, they
and
put a fucking palm tree.
if you've played Midnight Club 2, then you will all know exactly which character I'm referencing.
Isn't it also curious? Yeah, someone points out here, as David says, isn't it interesting that he had to buy his own Christmas gift?
Of course, he doesn't have any friends.
Well, because you've told your family to go fuck off because you're so brave and strong and you hate your family for their values. Speaking of brave and strong, here's Big Mike. Here's Big Mike. Showing off
strong.
Their dance moves. I would like to just point out that Big Mike is taller than literally every other person in this fucking hallway that he's about to dance down. And you can try to look at the crotch area. You can maybe see some sort of bulges. I can't say for sure. But I can at least say that Big Mike is taller than every single natal woman around him. I don't want to have sound on. No, I don't want to hear those.
Oh yeah, that bin bag chic.
Look at this bin. Yeah, like literally wearing a bin bag. Look at how much taller.
No. Let's talk about the fit. Like the pleather off leg, like side cut dress with a long blazer over top.
Michelle is taller than most of the men in this hallway.
Right, Big Mike here is taller than all of the men we've seen so far.
Certainly all of the women. Look at this. Look at the towering. Just pointing it out. Oh, Michelle, there you go. Go off. Go to your happy place. Oh my, look at the towering. It's insane. There's like one guy who's even close to Mike's height. This is crazy. Why would you show this off?
She's like scraping the doorways.
Yeah. Why would you show, like, bro, what the fuck? What's this? Probably can't play whatever music it is.
Whatever music that is, you won't get.
Tulsi Gabbard laughed at it though.
That's a parody.
It's a parody. No, I saw. It'd be funny if it was really. So Trump has returned. He has ceased to be Trump the Orange, and he has returned as Trump the White.
Oh,
Here he is. I don't like his new haircut, by the way. I don't like it.
The old classic of fuck my shit up.
I think he got a little bit. He went to the barber and he said,
You go to a Turkish barber?
Just fuck my shit up, fam. Just fuck my shit up. But he has returned. He was again. He was.
Did they resurrect the first assassin, like attempted assassin, to try and do his haircut at range?
Yeah, listen, he did die. He was Trump the Orange, and now he is back, Trump the White.
I hate this haircut.
It's an old man cut.
It's very 80s.
Having a good time?
I am having a good time.
Fucking high and tight on them fucking
No,
chinos.
look how high and tight his jeans are too. Yeah, well, pants. He got them high. Like, you should pull them up to your nipples. That's the way a real mommy does it, but I accept this.
One has that Raider Survivor haircut now.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Is everybody a Republican?
Gotta make sure these days, just in case. Gotta figure out how fast you gotta duck.
He's now saying he may sue a retarded pollster for obvious fraud. J.N. Seltzer, president of the Iowa-based polling firm Seltzer and Company, released a poll showing that Trump would lose Iowa to Kamala Harris by 3 points, even though he ultimately won the state by 13 points. Trump revealed at a press conference to his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida that he would file lawsuits against several news outlets, including the Des Moines Register, because of the poll. I don't really care if he does or not. I just like him to make them shake in their fucking boots.
Yeah, these people need fear in their fucking diet.
Yeah, make them afraid.
The people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points. And it became the biggest story all over the world because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points.
My
the farmers
Pillow
loved
ad.
me and I love the farmers.
1488.
Apparently his pillows are actually meant to be very good.
Did you make that the price?
They knew what they were doing. He's our guy.
Oh, I just realized that. God damn. Mike, we need to have a word. I'd like to buy some of your pillows, actually.
Michael, no, we gotta have a talk about the cost of
Yo,
your
that's
pillows.
Finally, the 1,000 years nap. The great solution to the lumbar problem. I can't talk much because she's laughing too loud upstairs. Cackling to herself. Over 6 million satisfied customers. Free wooden door with every purchase. Guaranteed to be gas permeable.
Oh my god.
Forget Golden Knight, get yourself a Crystal Knight. Unfortunately, I have paralyzed the rest of my co-hosts. I'm going to check out my chicken burgers. Give them a chance to breathe.
6 million thread count. It seems awfully high.
Oh god.
Oh my god, I'm in pain. Is it flame retardant?
Oh my god, that was outstanding.
The kid in here just dropped that shit. Fucking went to go make a chicken burger and left.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Anyway, here's what Trump had to say.
And it was interesting the way she did it. She brought it down 2 weeks before. She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big story. But that was good because she brought it down from like 22 points to 4 or whatever the number was. Way up. Way up. An easy win. Never even thought to go there. I respect them. I love them. And they understand there's no reason to go there because she brought it from way up.
I need to get a towel.
Walk away.
You need to get a sandwich too. Is that what he said? Have I been left alone by the sandwich boys? All right, we'll keep watching.
Which it was. And it turned out to be in the election, too, by the way. It was a win by many, many points.
Wait, oh, okay. Spoon is thinking. Are you going to go get your My Pillow? Because of course you have one. And to count the 60 million threads in it. Or 6 million threads. Whatever, it's the same thing. Might as well up the number. No one will mind. Spoon! Wants me to pause, but then what am I supposed to do, guys? Okay, I'll read the super chats while he's away. How about I do that? That makes sense. Ah! Why is YouTube being weird? Oh, hang on, YouTube's being weird to me too. Alright. Let me just... Can I look at this without you having highlighted
my arse
everything? It won't do it. Wow, I literally can't get out of this. It's done a thing and I can't escape. Alright, this is what we're gonna have to deal with then. Wowee, this is awful. Okay.
Oh, that was the hardest I've laughed in quite a while.
Yeah. Porch for 5 says the nuclear Gandhi thing is actually a fake story made up on TV tropes. See Sid's book. Varric also covered this. Is it totally fake? I thought there was actually an integer overflow error. Oh well. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, Boss, the West's greatest lie is you can be anything you want if you work for it. Sure is. No, we are limited by our human nature. Woke refuses the truth. Absolutely true. Kizza for £5 says, PS1 to 6th gen consoles had the best intros. Oh, they absolutely did.
True, agreed.
Also, if a car company made a Starship, Porsche would be easy top 3 given their racing history. Probably, but this is a shitty woke video game. DRT is King for 10 says, the GameCube intro was, and will always be the best console boot up thingy. It's very good. But I am a Nintendo man forevermore and PC. Merry Christmas, Aiden and Bill. Happy Hanukkah, Spoon. Thank you, DRT. Kizza, Emperor Kizza for £5 says, all leftists are grifters. They truly believed in their own garbage they'd all be homeless in their birthday suits. Changed my mind. Yes, I agree. D for 5 says, Dems don't need to appeal to Bernie supporters because progs will always fall in line and vote for the establishment candidate. Yes, exactly. They always do. And Hats Off for another 5 says, the Fallout series was just like Bethesda's Fallout. All style, no substance. Broke lore. Plot was nonsense. 2 of the main characters were awful. Yep. I had to restart this page because it's all fucked up. I don't know what the fuck happened. Oh well. Got it. Hey, now I can see it right. Okie dokie. Sorry, I think it's because I was laughing too hard. Are you ready to go back to Trump's actual speech? Spewing.
Sorry, what? What?
You ready to go back to Trump's actual speech? Not the thing we were talking about.
Not?
And then she brought it down very smartly to 4, a couple of weeks before, and everyone said, wow, that's amazing. He's only up by 4 points. Then she brought it down to where it was down by 3 or 4, whatever number she used. And that was the Des Moines Register, and it was their parent. And in my opinion, it was fraud, and it was election interference. You know, she's gotten me right. Oh,
I think he's just blustering here, by the way, in my opinion.
I think he's just trying to scare people, yeah.
He's just trying to scare the shit out of them. I do think the difference is that, but he's always done this. I don't have a baseless reason for believing that. It was the same thing about him saying he was going to go after Hillary at all. He's going to lock them all up. He is showing you the force of his scepter and making you afraid so you shut up and pipe down with your lies and bullshit. He's not actually, and that's the thing, is that they actually went at Trump legalistically with nothing. Has he filed the lawsuit?
Oh, has he? Oh god, that's pretty funny though.
Holy shit, I thought this is bluster. Is this real? Did he actually file the lawsuit?
Lamau.
Oh my god.
What's up, Bill?
Yo.
If he really filed, well, will he go through with it then is the question. I don't think he will, because I think this is just, look, they actually went after him hard with lawfare. I don't think he's going to pursue this, seriously. I think it is a political play because Trump's very good at that. We'll find out what happens.
Always. She's a very good pollster. She knows what she was doing. And she then quit before. And we'll probably be filing a major lawsuit against them today or tomorrow. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, you know about that, where they took Kamala's answer, which was a crazy answer, a horrible answer, and they took the whole answer out and they replaced it with something else she said later on.
Anyway, yeah, I think even if he's filed a lawsuit, understand that filing a lawsuit doesn't really mean that much. He's probably just trying to intimidate them. So this was amazing, though. It's just look at how stupid his opponents are. This is and look at how much smarter Trump is at being able to answer these questions. They want him to answer questions about geopolitics, and he's just telling them, "I'm not going to tell you what the fuck I'm going to do. That would kind of ruin it, wouldn't it? It would ruin my chessboard if I just said what I wanted to do, which is very accurate. Watch him deal with these losers."
President.
Are you entertaining the idea of preemptive strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities?
So you're going to entertain the idea of preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities? Please tell us your foreign policy. Yeah, just tell us exactly what you're going to do about a major nuclear issue. Just tell everybody about this. Look at this dude and his fucking haircut.
Can you violate operational security on a bunch of fucking military operations?
Unbelievable.
Who's the girl on the left, though? She's kind of cute.
She is kind of cute.
Iran's nuclear facilities.
I mean, it's a wonderful question, but how can am I going to do preemptive strikes? Why would I say that? Can you imagine?
Dude, like, this is the best. Could you imagine? I'd say what I'm about to do.
That is a sane response. It's just to, like, mock them, like, are you fucking insane? Why would I answer that?
Because they're used to the DNC, which is all in bed with, and the RNC, to be fair as well, who are all in bed with these foreign countries and are doing backhanded backroom deals. And Trump's like, well, no, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do until it's fucking time to do it. I'm not going to let you know what my strategy is. That's insane. Like, you sit there playing chess with somebody and like, well, what I'm going to do next is rook to e4 or something. Like, no, like, what are you doing?
I will now talk about how I'm about to jump someone.
That's so stupid.
If I said yes or no, you'd say, that was strange that he answered that way. Am I going to do preemptive strikes on Iran? Is that a serious question?
Can you hear that? Do you hear the person in the audience fucking laughing? Listen to this again. There's someone in the audience watching this, I think probably the person recording, who is a journalist, presumably, it's C-SPAN, fucking laughing.
Strange that he answered that way. Am I going to do preemptive strikes on Iran? Is that a serious question? How could I answer a question like that?
That's a polite way of saying, are you on crack? Also,
oh my god, Curry gets blown the fuck out here because then the journalists freak out and peek all their mics.
Fucking Christ.
In support of Israeli strikes on Iran's.
How could I tell you a thing like that now? It's just so you don't talk about that.
Look how they keep all the whores waiting in the wing to go out there and be like, today Donald Trump said he wouldn't do a thing. Yeah.
Before something may or may not happen, you know, just I don't want to.
Oh my god, could you not peek your mic, C-SPAN? Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
I don't want to insult you. I just think it's just not something that I would ever answer having to do with there or any other place in the world.
Wow, because he's an actual fucking diplomat and understands. Yeah, tell us what you're gonna do with foreign policy. No. Jesus, how stupid do you think he is? By the way, this is a C-SPAN. Only slightly worse than them is, of course, CNN, who has been found out to have rescued a prisoner from a Syrian jail who turned out to be an Assad torturer. Wow.
So we've managed to rescue this man from the prison. Yeah, he's one of the fucking guards.
Yep.
He's the guy who hooks people's balls up to car batteries.
Can you go away, independent at all? Like, can you make this go away? Wow. Okay, here it is. Who would like to take this? Because I could use a break from reading.
I just read the one.
Bill?
Days after airing an emotional segment showing a man supposedly freed from a Syrian prison, CNN updated its story to acknowledge that the victim of Bashar al-Assad's regime was actually an Assad intelligence officer accused of torturing and extorting local residents. The network's update did not include a retraction or an apology and comes after CNN came under fire for possibly fabricating the story after fact-checking group Verify Psy, or Verify, I don't even know how they pronounce it, reported that the man had been identified as torturer for the deposed Syrian dictator. In the wake of the Verify Psy's report, CNN stated that it was investigating whether the freed prisoner had given their reporters a false identity. Following the sudden fall of al-Assad's brutal dictatorship this month, CNN correspondent Clarissa Ward went viral with a stunning report that featured her crew discovering a startled prisoner in a secret jail facility in Damascus. Accompanied by a Syrian rebel serving as an armed guard, according to the CNN, Ward's team visited a prison building at the Syrian Air Force Intelligence Headquarters as part of a search for missing American journalist Austin Tice.
Yep.
Nobody at the facility was previously aware that the camera crew was coming and that the visit was unannounced, the network added. Once inside the building, according to the report, Ward noticed that one door was locked and it appeared to have someone inside. After the armed guard shot the lock off the door, the CNN team found a man hiding under a blanket and seemingly traumatized. The man, who identified himself as Adel Gurbal from Homs,
yeah,
asked for food and water while claiming he had not seen sunlight for 3 months. Scroll down, please. After the guard called for an ambulance, the man said he'd been arrested 3 months prior and spent time in several jails. He also asserted that he'd not been interrogated over his phone contacts. The Syrian Arab Red Crescent, who took the man for medical detention, later said on social media that they had dropped him off with relatives. CNN's story quickly came under intense scrutiny, largely because Adel Gabal all seemed fairly well groomed and physically healthy for someone who had been tortured for 3 months in solitary confinement. Additionally, his reaction to sunlight didn't match his claim that he'd been in the dark for months. Amid allegations that CNN had fabricated the story, independent fact-checking group Verify Psy, part of Pointer's international fact-checking network, and concluded that the man in the network's report was actually an officer in Assad's military who was well known in the area for his grim history of detaining and torturing civilians.
What a shock!
The team discovered that his real name is Salama Mohammed Salama.
Jesus Christ, they're so unoriginal.
A revelation that brought shocking details to light. Salama, known as Abu Hamza, is a first lieutenant in the Syrian Air Force Intelligence, notorious for its activities in Homs. Verify Psy reported that residents of the Al-Bayada neighborhood identified him as a frequently stationed at a checkpoint in the area's western entrance, infamous for its abuses. The fact-checking continued. Abu Hamza reportedly managed several security checkpoints in Homs and was involved in theft, extortion, and coercing residents into becoming informants. According to the locals, his recent incarceration, lasting less than a month, was due to a dispute over profit sharing from extorted funds with a high-ranking officer. After Verify Psy published its findings on Sunday, CNN denied that its reporter had fabricated its reportings. However, the network noted it had launched an investigation into the prisoner's ID and claims. No one other than the CNN team was aware of our plans to visit the prison building featured in the report that day, a CNN spokesperson said in a statement to The Independent. The events transpired as they appear in our film. The decision to release the prisoner featured in our report was taken by a guard, a Syrian rebel. quickly threw them under the bus. Then again, they're still on like the terrorist watchdogs listings.
Yeah, this is the whole fucking story though. Is that CNN got a fucking terrorist torturer released and put it into a big sad wee woo how sad poor man documentary.
To be fair, they make it seem like he was like an overriding official. It seems more like he was some like thug.
He's just a thug on the run torturer, but they still got him out of prison on false auspices. Which is disgusting.
Imagine trying to blag your way out of a situation like this and ending up on international television.
Meanwhile, they all want to kill this Daniel Penny guy who got off for, well, doing the right thing, if I'm being honest.
Of course, yeah. He was restraining someone who was...
The man could have peeled off the dude's skin and worn it as a fucking suit, and I'd still fucking been rooting for him.
I don't know if we covered this last week, but I did want to say it that... If we did forget it, is that he is launching or considering launching a legal defense against D. Alvin Bragg, who definitively, he says, this is quote, there was collusion. That is, in my opinion, incontrovertible. That there was collusion.
Oh, by the way, you know what's also interesting? Derek Chauvin is...
Yes, I'll get to that.
Oh, okay, you got that good.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, we'll lead into that in just a moment here. So J.D. Vance has said that he is going to be meeting with Daniel Penny.
Based.
So that's very interesting. We'll see where that goes.
Ah, yes, more white power.
Yeah. So the Floyd stuff. This is
you in charge of the Department of Justice.
Thank you for the good sort of segue. Judge is allowing the testing of tissue from George Floyd as officer convicted of killing him seeks new trial. So Derek Chauvin is seeking a retrial. Or at least something to redress his conviction.
He deserves it, by the way, because everybody knows Floyd was not killed by the man leaning on his neck. Everyone, he was high as a fucking kite.
He took a speedball of drugs that would have killed anyone.
Not even a speedball. He just he thought he was getting caught by the cops, so he ate his entire stash.
Yes, that's what
and then went off and went to make the transaction.
That's what they mean by speedball. Is that he took his entire stash of drugs all at once. To try and hide it, yes.
The first time the arrest was made, you couldn't see anything except a kneeling on the neck. And then everyone's saying, where is the footage prior to the arrest, like leading up to it? And then you see, eventually it came out. He was in the freaking car. No one was cuffing him, and he was screaming, "I can't breathe!"
I can't breathe.
And and there's no one touching him. So like, okay, so you had breathing problems before you were even being harassed by the freaking cops. So clearly,
if you believe him that I mean, obviously he couldn't breathe, but he couldn't breathe because he fucking OD'd. He was ODing on drugs.
He
got pulled over by the cops. He downed a huge bag of drugs that he had in his car. He didn't want to be caught with them, including fentanyl, including all kinds of shit. He just choked it all down to hide it from the cops, which is a really bad idea for obvious reasons. And look, some judge is saying that it's from a tumor, but it doesn't matter. Like this, Derek Chauvin didn't kill this guy, not directly. George Floyd killed himself. Okay, did his arrest
just like that bitch Heather from the fucking like Charlottesville incident died of a fucking heart attack.
Remember that fat bitch? She like ran into another car. She during the Charlottesville protest, she got distressed. She put her foot on the pedal, hit another car.
No, that was the dude who's held. There was the autistic dude who was held at gunpoint by some of the fucking.
Right. That was actually it was actually a professor. It was a professor
who held him at gunpoint.
Fucking professor who held a gun to. Thank you for helping me remember that story. A professor held a gun to the guy's head. He had an AR-15. He was a leftoid. What do you call it? What do they call themselves? Antifa.
Ancom.
No, he was like an Antifa freak. He held a gun to the guy's head and was scaring the shit out of him. Yes, and then he put his foot on the fucking pedal because he's scared out of his mind. There's nowhere to go because the street's all full of traffic.
His options are move through or or have a hit.
Or this lefty lunatic's about to shoot you. He puts his foot on the gas, hits Heather Heyer's car. She's clips her, but she's 500 pounds, so she has any kind of jostling of her gave her an instant heart attack because she's extremely overweight, and had existing heart conditions, and she died. You know?
People with heart conditions.
And she was probably on drugs too, if I'm being completely honest. But like, I don't look. I'm not saying that I
never got a talk report
celebrating Heather Heyer's death, but she didn't die because of white nationalism or something. She died because she was fat. She would have died from that issue at any point in the near future. If her heart was that weak and she was that fat, and she was that fat, she was like 400 pounds or something, 450 pounds. Like, she was going to die at any point. It was just, she was jostled. She wasn't like hit at full speed by the car. She got
clipped by like just above the headlight.
Clipped.
I seen it.
And she was only hit by the guy because there was an Antifa professor
pointing an
AR-15 at him. Don't let this stuff get memory hold, guys.
If this was the other way around, it would have been fucking like all over the place.
Oh no, it would have been the greatest
tragedy
of all time.
As we've established, our opponents are not playing.
Well, no, it would be justified if it was the other way around.
They refused to, because they knew they won't win.
Yeah, if it were the other way around, it would be justified. It'd be like, well, he deserved it. Was she on government benefits? Don't know, but just a guess. She's at a protest
in the middle of the day.
Morbidly obese. Probably.
She's got a job. She's in HR and deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
I should have ran her over earlier.
I don't know. So we got that one. Okay. So Hegseth has done something interesting. There was apparently a ProPublica, which they are a left-wing hack group. He's correct in describing them as such. Was going to publish a knowingly false report that he was not accepted to West Point in 1999. Here's a letter of my acceptance signed by West Point Superintendent Lieutenant General Daniel Chrisman of the U.S. Army. So I saw some people saying that like he shouldn't have gotten ahead of this, but no, I think getting ahead of things is the better way to do it.
Nip in the bud early.
When you know that a hit piece is about to come, a lying hit piece.
As the old saying goes, the lie is twice around the world by the time the truth's got its trousers on.
Exactly. So I saw some people saying, "Why are you putting this out now? Just let it wait." Well, first of all, what does it hurt him to just show that? Like,
why would I bother waiting so you can get a chance to fucking take a snipe at me? Like,
United States Military Academy, Brian Hegseth, or Peter Brian Hegseth, excuse me.
Why aren't you giving us a chance to besmirch your legacy?
Yeah, well, that's what it is that they want them to be able
Why
to...
aren't you letting us hit you?
Yeah. It is it's interesting when they say something like, why didn't you wait for it? Because it, again, as you said, the lie goes around the world 2 times over before the truth can make its way out of the gate, right? So, look, class of 2003, he was obviously in the U.S. Military Academy. They're trying to claim he was not accepted to West Point. They haven't made the move yet, but they were going to make it. Why not just show it? There's nothing to be ashamed about here. Just tell the truth. We'll see what happens. They're probably going to run away. No. There have been drones apparently swarming about New Jersey. No one knows where they're coming from.
And there's been spikes in radioactivity in those areas.
Very weird stuff happening in New Jersey right now. There's been drones flying all about. But apparently, the U.S. government can't do anything about it. Let's learn why. The U.S. government can't do anything about unidentified drones swarming all around New Jersey. While there's, again, radiation spikes. Why can't we do anything about that, I wonder?
President-elect Donald Trump, he just called on the Biden administration for you guys to either release any information it has about these mysterious drone sightings or shoot the drones out of the sky. How do you respond to the president-elect?
Well, first of all, the statements I've made already are the principal message that I want to...
This is Alejandro Mayorkas, Homeland Security Secretary. Okay? He's the Secretary of Homeland Security. He's going to tell you why we can't do anything about these drones that are flirting all about New Jersey, okay?
It's probably not small drones. They're massive, like the size of a person.
And there's tons of them. And they're like swarms of them, too.
And some of them are freights. You don't really need a large drone unless it's like carrying something.
There's
usually,
big ones, and there's swarms of them. I've seen videos of it. They're all over the place. They're swarming all around New Jersey for some reason.
to communicate to the American public we haven't seen anything unusual. We know of no threat. Secondly, we have gone to Congress repeatedly asking for more authority to counter drone activity.
Let's be really clear what he means by that. Give the U.S. military more power. We will do nothing with it to protect your freedoms.
Homeland Security, just like give them just give me the right to just completely shut down like domestic drone use.
That's what they want. They're going to try to turn this into you cannot have a recreational drone, rather than dealing with what appears to be some kind of weird shit, right? Like some weird foreign governmental crap.
Let us take away. Well, we can't do our job. Therefore, let's take away your rights, so we don't have to.
Therefore, we'll take away your right to fly a drone and to take pretty pictures of things, which, by the way, they've done all over the country already. When drones first came out, right? When they first became a thing that was available for commercial consumption, I bought a drone. Not an expensive one, but a relatively cheap one, just because I wanted to take footage of Morgantown, West Virginia, where I was living at the time. That's how long ago this was, guys. This is 2017. I bought a drone, and I couldn't fly it. You cannot fly a drone in the entire city limits, even back then in 2017, of Morgantown, West Virginia, without a pilot's license, because they'd already locked it down. That was 7 years ago. So what's your fucking excuse now? Why are these able to get around all? The drone just would not turn on. It just goes, nope, not compliant. Cannot work here. Can't work here. No fly zone. Yep. So if that was in 2017, what's your goddamn excuse now? You know.
Also, and we have also asked for more authority to give to the state and local officials under our supervision, because it correctly notes those authorities need to be expanded.
I want to play something.
Just give us more power.
Another New Jersey congressman, Republican Jeff Van Drew, said about the drones over his state in New Jersey. Listen to this.
We're not being told the truth. They are dealing with the American public like we're stupid. They don't know what it is. They don't know what it's about. They haven't taken one down to...
I guarantee, here's the thing, Jeff Van Drew, here's where you're wrong. They know exactly what it is and what it's about. This is some kind of U.S. military operation. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but there's obvious drones. People can see them. They're all over the place. They're doing something. I don't know what
I've seen the theory that they are actually an attempt to try and fight. Like the line of the ring with are these Iranian drones looking for pockets of background radiation higher than normal to find nuclear launch sites. That's what they're running on. However, what's way more... It's most likely just a bunch of people running drugs.
I don't know. But what I do know is that it's the whole, we can't do anything about it.
Apparently they found one abandoned down by the piers in New Jersey.
The whole thing is that the idea that they can't do anything about it, it's that excuse me, if they are American drones for sure, and I know otherwise, you can just shut these things fucking down. I know because I've owned a drone. You can just shut them down. Shut them the fuck down.
Yeah, the authorities tend to have access to the signal that switches them the fuck off. Unless these happen to be the drones that would get sent to the Ukrainians, it'd be really embarrassing if it turned out they turned up on American soil being used by drug runners.
My thought is that these are probably American drones that were given to some other country that we gave to them, and that's why they can't shut. Well, they can shut them down, but why they won't shut them down because they don't want it to be found out that these are drones that we gave to other countries, or I don't know. There's no way that this shit happens without them wanting it to happen, okay? Let me put it that way. The U.S. government has the ability to take all this shit out. If they are not doing anything about it, it means they're choosing not to. And then you have to ask the reason is why.
Analyze it. They have no idea where it comes from, but they know that it's not that. I mean, that's nonsense. They do not know what they're doing. Why don't they take one of them down, analyze it, and let us know what's really
happening? Because it's their drones.
What do you say to the congressman?
Well, first of all, we have experts, and he should not diminish the extent of their expertise and the extent of their dedication.
We know what we're doing. Trust us.
Yes, it's literally just we know what we're doing. Trust us. We're the government.
We're
not rampaging.
It wasn't even a sentence what he just said.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't a sentence. Good for fucking you. They get one to shoot it down, then having the experts take a look at it.
Exactly.
Any fucking someone with a 12 bore and a week's fucking training could have sorted this out by now.
I mean, absolutely, exactly. You're completely right, Spoons. It's him talking with authority, while saying essentially showing that they have no expertise nor authority on it. It's so stupid.
are individuals who dedicate their careers to the safety and security of the United States of America. Number one. Number two, it's not as though anyone can.
You know what this sounds like? Pause a second. Remember when Mac said the line, first of all, anything is possible through God, so jot that down. It sounds like that. That same condescending, brain-dead, retard fucking spiel.
Yeah.
It sounds like all that guy who was like, that Jewish guy who was harassing people in New York about being a musician and how he knew Bob Dylan and shit. Like, it's this Dunning-Kruger fucking like fake expert bullshit.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Right. I mean, like, we're, as Quippers United said, we're experts at watching and doing nothing. Oh my, but they also, holy shit, let's see, Monster
Vicarious expertise.
Who's grifting the grifters? The griftmans, it's true. A Slosher has given 10 gifted subs. Say thank you, man.
I will say like, the Griftman sounds like a bad Latvian translation of The Witcher.
It does, the Griftmans. Deans has been just became a member. Thank you. Welcome to Night Tier, man. Redneck Ram for 10 says Chauvin is doing the typical thing to exhaust his opinions, or his options, exhaust his options. Also remember that this is only for the federal charges he pled to. Yes, the state charges would not be reversed by this even if it succeeded. Yes, that is true. And then Deans for another 10 says if only he had injuries on his lips, no injuries on his neck, including the occult trauma, he had enlarged heart and a heart condition, and he was doing meth and fent at the same time.
Well, Trump's only got one term left. Why not just pardon Chauvin outright? Then just...
I don't know. Things might be different under Trump. We'll find out.
This guy, that in and of itself would be dangerous.
Do you have the authority?
They might allow that as part of the Valve release. Because understand that...
or it can be used to spur a bunch of riots. You can then bring in the National Guard on.
Well, they can do both at the same time. It can be a release valve for the normal people while also spurring violent riots for the inner cities, leftist inner cities that have to deal with this stuff. We'll see. Yeah.
Authority to shoot down drones?
Our authorities are very limited. That is precisely...
Our sorties are that limited that you can't shoot down drones.
By the way, this is like the same cities that would do things like take bomb drones and
not cities. He said sorties.
He said authorities. He said.
Yeah.
This is the same districts that like to turn like bomb disposal drones into like tread-borne bombs to frag people out of apartments.
I want to rehear what he said. Did he say cities?
He said authorities
or sorties.
Do you have the authority to shoot down drones?
Our authorities are very limited. That is precisely why
Congress
to expand those authorities. Our authorities are limited by the United States Coast Guard in the maritime environment.
Oh, so you can't do anything about it. Yeah, sure. You can't defend American soil on American soil. Okay. This is insane. No one believes this. No one believes this. We don't have the authority to shoot down drones.
The FBI has black-bagged people over here on Guernsey, so don't talk to me about their fucking authority. They can do what the fuck they like.
This is insane.
This is declassified.
Yeah.
Like in the like what we're admitting to now, authorities.
No one not absolutely out of their mind, brain dead, believes that you don't have that as the American military doesn't have the right to shoot down air targets over American soil that are unidentified. Come on. Oh, were you going to upset the aliens?
1-800, come on now.
Yeah, 1-800, come on now.
The United States Secret Service and its protection.
This could be something as mundane as that.
This is so crazy. The fucking audacity to go on fucking television and on CNN and say, well, as the American government, we don't have the authority to shoot down potentially foreign agent drones. Yeah, whatever, dude.
National leaders. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection with respect to the border.
So these drones are big enough to carry people.
Yes, we do, Abyss.
Authorities that are discreet to the...
Go back to that?
Yeah, I know. I know. It makes no sense. Let's go back, yeah.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection with respect to the border. We have various authorities that are discreet to the particular missions.
It's like he's talking from a script that includes a bunch of classified information that they're not allowed to share. And
I guess so.
It was just redacted out and they didn't adjust the script.
Yeah, right. Also, good point. Shit, my fucking thing just crashed. Good point. Tarek Tech Marine. They can do it in Ukraine, but it's illegal in America. Isn't that interesting? We can
I
shoot
don't
down
think they
drones.
can do it in Ukraine. They said that they
No.
would, but I don't think they've been doing jack shit.
They wouldn't get very far. All the
Well-
drones in Ukraine are like wire-led ones.
Yeah. Interesting though that we can do that in other countries, but apparently we can't do it over our own home soil. How odd.
But do you know for sure these are drones or unmanned aircraft? What are they?
We believe that there are cases of mistaken identity where drones are actually small aircraft and people are misidentifying them. They're very well maybe.
But
you said you have
Did you see how
experts
they
who know what
moved?
they are. Like, goalposts move much?
Did you
He asked you
saw the
what they are.
You could see the damn videos of them. They move like drones. They don't small aircraft.
So drones are aircraft by definition.
Technically, but yes, by definition, drones are small
Well,
aircraft. Look at the weasel words out of
The
this
fucking
dude's
the
face.
difference between the two is now completely disappearing because guess what? They've rigged Cessnas to be
Yeah.
drones, and they've been using them as kamikaze
How
like
insane!
missiles.
Oh, it's just a small aircraft. Oh my god, you're making all this Roswell shit sound so much more real, you fucking loons.
Drones in the sky, of course, but
Now I
those are
believe. I
commercially
wanna
available.
believe.
One can go into a convenience store and buy a small
do.
drone. There are also commercial drones. As
You can go into a convenience store and buy a drone? Like, what does this guy think? What kind of nonsense does this guy think?
This is
he's
someone who's
peddling?
literally, I'm guessing, he's just never
He's-
left the fucking like
Yeah.
ops, like fucking psyop division that he works on.
Yeah, he's never. Like, why'd they peddle him out? Like, he's never left fucking Mount Weather. He has no idea what real people were like. Well, they must have went to a convenience store and bought a drone, like I can do at Mount Weather over here, dude.
as well. But
Isn't that
we
where the
know-
place
we
where
know
like
of no
90% of Reddit users are?
Yeah.
It's like 10,000, it's like 30,000 Reddit users on this base that has 200 people on it.
Oh yeah, that was fascinating. I forgot
I'm not
what
sure
that
if it's
was.
Weather,
really.
it's another one.
It wasn't Weather. It was another one though. But like, it was just they were all Redditors. Like every single person on the base was like.
Well,
a
no, it was
massive-
30 Redditors.
Oh, wasn't it? That
Don't
they
get me
were,
wrong,
like-
I think average Redditor should count as 10 people, but
I
come
think
on.
it was that like they were like in like essentially a control group.
No, you're mixing stories. It's
guess
the
I am, 'cause I don't remember this now,
they
then.
did like the
Okay.
most Reddit
That's fine.
addicted city, and it was a military base, and I think it was Mount Weather.
Yes, I am getting stories confused. Yes, they did most Reddit addicted cities, and it was in Arizona at an Air Force base. Yes, I think.
And it was literally it was like 1,000 people on the base and 30,000 users.
Yeah, and it was all Redditors. Yeah, that was a difference. Yeah, sorry, I got two stories mixed up. Thank
So
you.
no shit, it's the most Reddit addicted. It's got a 3,000% use rate.
Right, it was bigger than it was more Redditors than the size of the base by like 30 times. That was a very odd story. That was a couple months ago we went over that, yeah.
threat or nefarious activity. And I want to repeat, Wolf, that if we learn of any cause for concern, we will be transparent in our communication.
Oh, you're being very transparent right now.
We know that some of these drones, whether in the Middle East or Ukraine, have weapons, have missiles attached to these drones. Wouldn't it be smart
Brick
to
a
at least
C4
get
in a
look
fucking
at these
Tupperware
drones
box?
to see if they were armed?
Wolf, there is no question that technology has advanced in the realm of drones.
Okay.
They can fly farther, they can fly faster.
That doesn't answer the
Not
question.
answering the question at all.
They can carry heavier payloads. Our
people-sized
authorities
payloads
need to keep up with the technological advances.
Okay.
The chairman of the Homeland Security Committee
What does
in
that
the
have to
House
do
of
with
Representatives,
one
Mark
body
This
Lee,
is
count,
just
by the way.
fucking
has
like fed gish gallop.
Yeah, dude, for
Yeah.
real. He's not answering the fucking question. And yes,
Yeah, so did someone really out there thinking to themselves, "Wow, I wish I could listen to someone talk like Destiny, only shorter, uglier, and bolder."
yeah, and a little bit more slowly. And Tarek Tech Marine, the bot. That's the theory about the Reddit stuff. But all these Reddit accounts being like 3 times the size of the actual population of this military base, it does indicate that they are bots. Or something.
And it's not like it's like
multiple accounts.
it's attached to a town. No, it's just an isolate military
It's like a
base.
tiny little military base, I think in Arizona, but I don't recall. Yeah, sorry, I got 2 stories confused, but yes.
All this
but
slop blends together.
What this asshole just gave the most non-answer ever.
What did you learn from that?
Non-answer ever. Nothing, because he gave no
Exactly.
answer.
argued for and advocated for that expansion of authorities. So has Congressman Pfluger.
Where's the fucking answer about the damn drones?
And we have sought increased authorities.
As you know, it's causing a lot of concern.
There it is. It's like we asked if we
I'm here
could
to comment.
have more tyrannical
Just give us
power.
more power, give us more money. That's what it comes down to. All right, so I want to cover on this as we get near the end. I got a couple more things I want to cover. It's not a whole lot, but the femcell shooter happened.
Ooh.
You not hear about this, Spoon?
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay, give me a second. I have to
let's continue the conversation now with former FBI special agent.
Shut up. Okay, give me a second. I have to go pee really quickly.
Why,
tell me if you can read this.
Why?
Every time.
Because it's been all evening. Let me go pee, and then I will be right back. It'll take me 1 second. No, not 1 second, but give me a couple. Be right back.
Time for the 30 seconds that everyone watches the show for. The bald bastard hour.
It could easily be my own show name. Excuse me, wrong.
The ASMR Souls has a good title.
Oh my god.
We'll rebrand a couple times, don't worry. We'll get plenty of merch out, and every month we'll change the name so the merch becomes outdated and becomes collectible.
That's devious and actually kind of respectable.
LGBT, that's good.
I'm definitely gonna watch this stream again just so I can hear you say it's 1,000-year nap.
How do what?
That fucking killed me. That was that was outstanding. 1488. God damn, you gotta give him credit for that. That was like Jesus.
Yeah, the weed drink I had earlier is just hitting a nice, like, what's that term that they use for just the right, like, crescendo,
like peaking
of inebriation. Bournemouth peak. That's it.
That was actually been a pretty funny stream, actually. Thanks to that, that was gold.
Always trying my best.
And yes, people, I have a substantial amount. People have been asking me to do a video on whiskey. People asking me like, what whiskey do I drink? This be a really random video of just shitting on content creators, idiot politicians. Random video about what whiskey I drink.
Okay,
people like personal interest streams.
Yeah, I have noticed that it's very strange.
They also want to maybe hear about whiskey from someone who hasn't put on the fucking solitary amulet and become a psychopath.
That's very true. Let's not talk about that too much, because I do have something I would like to end the stream on, which is
I'm going to talk as much shit about Mudahar as I like.
We're not talking about Mudahar. We're talking about something really sad. But I just want to. I have a funny thing at the end of the stream, but I also have something sad. Let's talk about this real quick, though. 15-year-old girl opened. Did you read this?
No.
Okay. 15-year-old girl opened fire in the Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin on Monday, killing a teacher and a student and wounding 6 others at the school that she had attended, police said. The suspect.
Past tense. It's always past tense.
Well, she's dead now.
What do you think we do here when you're not here? Actually work. We shit talk.
I know.
Exactly.
The suspect, Natalie Rupnow, is also dead, police said. Evidence suggests that the teen who went by Samantha died of an apparent, which is very bizarre, I don't know, died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, police said. The teenage suspect used a handgun, police said. God, ABC News, could you have any
Always a handgun. Always a handgun.
Fucking...
Never, like, it's not an AR this time, weirdly enough.
Sorry, I'm mostly just irritated by the...
Because they can't wield the AR.
Repetition of the... No, the verbiage is what's irritating me.
This is laid out like complete shit. This was probably made by an AI.
Authorities are investigating the origin of the firearm and searching Rupnow's home in the north side of the city. Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes said the motive is not clear. It is clear now, by the way. Barnes said at a news conference. It's also unclear if any of the victims was specifically targeted.
Not what? It's were. My goodness.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having a fucking... whatever. Officials said on Monday the suspect's father was reportedly speaking with police at one of their facilities. Police are trying to determine what he knew or may not have known about what happened today.
That's never been discussed before.
Isn't that interesting? They
never brought that up before.
They immediately go and investigate the father.
They've never done that before.
They don't go and investigate.
There's never ever been an implication of looking into the past of the parents of the shooter before this moment. Not once.
And now it's their first and foremost priority is to look into the father specifically.
Which makes me think this is someone who was radicalized in Discord by a Fed, like they always fucking are, because their parent is probably right wing.
Because here's the fucking manifesto. We are allowed to read this from my understanding. I'm going to censor some things. So what we know is that her boyfriend knew her as Samantha Roop now, even though that was not her legal name. I have no idea why she went by the name Samantha. She just chose one. She is a biological woman. She is not transgender. She just chose a different name. Look, my name's Rebecca. I go by Aiden. I can't entirely fucking, like, claim that that's weird, but it's kind of a weird thing to do in real life, if you know what I mean. It's like on the internet, it's like a thing to pick a fucking handle, right?
Weirdo teenage shit. It's some toony behavior. That's on brand.
Yeah, I suppose so. Cause like, but I don't know. Like in real life, it's kind of different. On the internet, you choose your handle as whatever you feel like it being. But in real life, you can't like just walk up to your friends that you've known your entire life and been like, "Hello, I know my name is Chelsea, but today I'd like you to call me Sarah." Steve. No, that's different. That's trans. But today I'd like, from now on, I'd like you all to call me Heather. Right? Like just picking another female name that makes no fucking sense. Like that's really weird. No, it's not a nickname though, Atomic Peach. A nickname is my name being Rebecca, and a nickname is Becca or Becky. You know what I mean? That's like what.
Oh, but everyone, if you call Aiden Becky, she freaks out. It's great.
Yeah, I will freak out. Don't call me that. No, don't let them know what my weakness is.
Recite pi.
Why would you let them know? Why would you let them know what my weakness is? Now they all know.
What's 7 times 8?
56.
Really? So the word Becky triggers you?
Isn't it?
Oh, interesting. I will use this to my advantage at some point. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
Look now. See, look now. He's gonna use it.
Ha 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 ha.
And just I always hated the name Becky. I always hated it.
I enjoy being nefarious.
I like being Becca though. I like Becca. Like, that name's cool. I know Becky's a meme also. That like,
Silence
oh
bird.
Becky, you're so fine. You're so fun. You blow my money. You know.
That's Mickey.
That's
Mickey. It was Mickey, but there was Mickey. What was that? What was it? Oh, it was that other song where it's like,
Becky
look at how
is like
big
the female
her
version of a Chad.
That would yes,
Stacey.
Was that
Stacey?
Stacey?
Everyone here's a fucking mongrel. Can we get on with that, please? Love of Christ.
I'm getting all my 90s media mixed up in my brain. I can't remember it. It was, OMG Becky. Look at her.
I am an icon.
Okay.
Fucking get on with it.
Anywho, for some reason, she went by a different name. Even though it's another female name. Student at the Abundant Life. School. She was born in November of 2009.
Also, if the Antichrist could stop picking its targets by making the name as ironic as possible, that would be fantastic.
I do like that a lot of the things that people pointed out about this post is that the author explicitly states that neither her nor her boyfriend are transgender, and they were saying that this is in and of itself, as pointing this out, is an attack on trans people. It's like, no, we have to point this out because you keep doing it. Okay.
He was born in 2009.
I know. She was only 15 or 16.
What the fuck?
Well, okay. But the reason why we have to point this out, lads and ladies, and what do they say? I can't remember the
everyone in between.
Intros of being like everyone in between, is that unfortunately for you, gender colorful crowd, you keep killing people a lot, like a whole lot. You keep doing school shootings. So
just convert to Islam. They'll throw you off the roof for free.
You should actually be thanking this poster, Pagliacci, the hated, for specifying that they were a natal female and that their boyfriend was a natal male. Because otherwise, for a fact, everyone would assume that they were trans because you keep killing people.
Imagine going into the burning depths of hell, and the last thing you hear from the world is that a troon?
Yeah. Her manifesto was titled "War Against Humanity." It's 6 pages long.
Okay, so you read the Scum Manifesto and like changed a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
But wait, the woman who wrote the Scum Manifesto, dumb as a box of rocks.
Yes. She spoke about having an extremely difficult relationship with her parents, who she referred to as scum. She also claims...
there we go.
Dude, you called it.
Very long.
Yeah.
Fuck me,
she also claims her family didn't love her or want her, should be more, and expresses feelings like the wrong child of her family. She says she had planned to commit suicide a long time ago, but felt committing a shooting was better for evolution rather than just one boring suicide. By the way, her whole thing is that men need to stop it. All men should be killed, every single one, and that's how we evolve humanity. We evolve humanity by literally killing all men. We've got the manifesto. I'll read it.
And this is why you need to have sex with women, because women who don't have sex go insane. Women who men who don't have sex
but
just
she's
get depressed.
15.
I stand by the statement.
And she had a boyfriend.
Teenagers running around porking each other is to keep them out of trouble.
Spoon, she was 15. She had a boyfriend she was having sex with. So what's going on here? Yes.
Jesus, what the hell is he doing to her?
They're calling this a femcell shooting, but even though
despite her
insane feminist rant, she had a boyfriend that she was apparently having sex with.
Jesus, okay, so
that's how bad hoflation is. The fucking that school shooters are still getting laid.
And she's 15. So she expresses deep admiration for Pekka Erik Auvinen, Arda.
Okay, maybe
I'm not even
retract
trying
that
to pronounce
statement.
that. And Vladislav Rolisyakov.
Maybe she's just a mental head case.
She's just a head case, yes.
Yeah.
She offered particular praise for this person whose name I can't. How do you pronounce this?
I have no idea.
Oh,
do we have anyone
fuck off with that
pronounce
bullshit?
name?
That could fuck right off.
Kushikiem.
Fucking fake ass name. Why vow, bitch?
I don't have any idea, guys. I have no idea. Turkish neo-Nazi who committed a mass attack on Ekisir earlier this year and stated that he was an inspiration.
No. Turkish neo-Nazi. That's right.
Yeah, let's get some questions about that one as well, okay?
That's confusing.
And yes, she is a fake cell. She calls herself a femcell, but she's a fake cell because, like all femcells, she's got men on lock. Which is so fucking... This is why I hate this whole femcell shit. Is it like, men are incels, often not by choice, sometimes by choice. Women are always femcells by choice. Okay?
You're getting dick.
You can always get dick. Anytime that you want. It doesn't matter how fat and, like, disgusting, how much diseased you are, you can always get dick. Men are down that bad. It's sad, but it's the truth.
Hoflation's getting scary.
Hoflation is out of control.
I remind you, like $10 billion stolen, you still get a hoe who's like a deployment 1 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
wouldn't even get porked in the fucking deserts of Afghanistan.
Here's some screenshots. So here she is.
The photo now.
Yeah. The thing is, kid's 15. You know what I mean?
Fetal alcohol, fetal alcohol syndrome is a hell of a drug.
Wait, didn't she have a boyfriend? Yes, she did. Her boyfriend actually. Oof, sorry, I only
have I will say
this.
Her
boyfriend is the one who released a whole bunch of this because she had apparently sent it to him. Allegedly.
Imagine willingly admitting. Imagine willingly admitting to dating someone who listens to KMFDM by choice and advertises
she listens to KMFDM. That's her worst crime. Just kidding. She fucking killed a whole bunch of people. And I don't really understand why. And I've read the manifesto bits, but we'll read it here together. We can try to understand why this... Look.
I'm betting it has something to do with the boyfriend.
Okay, like... How does a 15-year-old know about KMFDM? She doesn't know what it is. She got it
so
from
KMFDM haven't put an album out in 15 years.
She probably got it at a thrift store and thought it looked cool and thought it made her look cool. I don't know. I mean, I remember being 15 and being kind of gay like that, sort of. But the whole thing is that, like, how is this... How's this happening, right? How is this occurring? She is not... I don't want to make too many comments on her fucking appearance, because she's goddamn 15. She's a fucking child. She's dead now, by the way.
Rest in pavement.
But I remember being a 15-year-old girl, and I think that if I can try and put my mind into that worldview of being back in high school, I think she would have been like kind of a weird, nerdy girl like the rest of us. I don't think she would have been totally outcasted.
That's the best speak for
I don't know how things are different now, but if I'm trying to like remember what it was like to be 15 and in high school in 2005, right? I think she would have been just seen as like another kind of slightly weird chick, but that gets you all kinds of attention too. Because
young blokes these days like the weird girls.
But that's the whole thing, is that like girls like this actually are. Yeah, you got the Stacy's, quote unquote.
That's because normal women nowadays are fucking retarded.
Well, I guess so. I just find it's very difficult.
Young
gentlemen
are informed in life. If you want stability, you get yourself a nice, slightly tismy mid, and then you have some peace and quiet.
Yay!
Otherwise, it's just misery.
So
that's my problem. I keep chasing like higher ends and shit. Fuck.
Don't do it. You look, Spoon. Look how happy Bill and I are.
I demand at
Bill's
least an 8.
handsome.
I look like a bin bag full of molten butter.
Bill is the most handsy man.
Perish.
Anywho. Yeah,
give yourself to the trees.
Okay, so here's her manifesto. Hatred. Something. Oh my god, she starts it out just like Am. Holy shit. Starting out with an
No,
Am.
this is straight up like the game Hatred. Like,
actually, you know what, Bill? You would have an excellent voice for this.
hang on, I'm playing a Yu-Gi-Oh match. You need to help cover me.
Stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh and read this woman's manifesto.
Fuck you. Cut me a check then. You get my whole attention and I get a fucking page.
I will cut you a check. Jesus. Okay. No, Bill, I really want... Dude, you guys are fucking my old game up. Everybody's fucking my game up tonight.
No, I'll need to actually... Hang on, I'll fucking exit.
All right, spool it up. Spool it up,
Oh
homie.
my god.
Go ahead.
War against humanity, the creation of a disaster, and why is it so unfair? Jesus
no,
Christ.
please look at the first word. Get your shit together for how you're gonna read this.
It's tiny.
I'll make it bigger if I can. What? I can't. That makes it worse.
Okay,
hang on. That makes it worse. All right, here we go.
Yeah, that's about right.
There you go.
Hatred, something everyone has gotten. In a sense, some people think it's pure nothing, but because of the hate they make, it ends up killing them without knowing it. This is just a horrible follow-on sentence. This is, can we please buy these you got fed money. You got fed money. You've got fed money. They gave you a Daniel Defense rifle for fucking nothing. Can you please hire a fucking editor? Fuck me.
Allegedly it was her father's, but I mean, still, at the same time, this is fucking.
You couldn't have got another nerd to double check it. Fucking Christ.
This is how teenagers write. But still, she killed a bunch of random teachers and people at her school.
She's killing the fucking English syntax. I'll know that much.
Yeah, sure is.
Go right ahead, and I don't mind, but kind of do at the same time. You are just simply nothing but scum to this world, or to even think about. Nobody should want you or your body in any way.
That's a strange sentence.
Yeah. Well, it's a feministy. Your body stuff is very feministy. Go on.
Like, they're trying their best to make it sound like she was diddled in the opening fucking sentence.
Maybe. I don't think she was, though. She appears to just be angry that her...
I hate seeing people on a daily basis just being so sensitive. It gives me one more reason to take off my glasses. You and me both.
The human scum is cut and the way people are raised. I've grown around people who do not care or give one single care in the world and smoke their lungs out with weed or drink as much as they can, like my own father.
Daddy issues.
Daddy
there
issues.
It is. Yeah.
There we go.
I've grown to hate people and society, and it's truly not my fault, though. Hang on.
Yeah, all right.
It never was, but all of you and the world have done to me is pick and tease me. You've pushed me into a corner and with no help whatsoever.
There you go.
By the way, I should point out that we have no confirmation whether or not this manifesto is real. It's just what's been circulating. It appears to be real, but we don't have 100%
it's badly written
confirmation.
Enough to be real.
Yeah. Again, this sounds like something a 15-year-old would write. Yeah. Humanity is filth, and I don't like filth, nor want to live in it, nor should anyone else. And I know it follows me and how it has followed me, and will follow everyone because of how the world is run.
So spell checker. That's not a word. So spell checker was not employed in the use of this.
There were so many things I wanted to do as a kid, yet I can admit I was afraid of the other kids, and also even with my own parents. But I don't even trust them, and at that age as well, I didn't, and I never will. My parents are scum. There is nothing that will save them to make me think good of them ever again. Ever, just randomly capitalized. No family can ever trust, and to never trust society. There is two people, and only two people I will trust. One partially, and one I would never doubt. I can agree that I don't know what I'm doing with my life, but neither my parents did, or anyone around me have changed, and I will not go back to that ever again. I am hardened, and I'm different. This situation and the situation of a lifetime is a get the fuck out moment, and don't come back. I will never go back and nag my way through life. It's not even my fault, though it's everyone else's. Right, it has to be not mine. Her entire generation, to be fair.
Is this going to be like the one in a million who's not fed? up. Like this
maybe
is the
not.
one
This
that's
may be the
actually
one of me
idealistically driven.
that's actually legitimate. Of just saying, like, you keep
It'd be
telling
really
me that
funny if it
nothing in life is my fault, and everything, any problem I have is everybody else's. And maybe it's real. It's not a fed. But how'd you get the gun? And it turns out like that all is really sussy from what I've read about it. It's very suspicious. It's pure idiotic from people to cause this, but it's a good thing that this happens. It's always harder, and there will always be a reason for this and reasons for other shootings, unless it's some Indian guy who wanted to blow up just for the fun of it, which is what those people do. Oh my god! I find that a bit. I can't believe she said the Indians just like blowing themselves up. Apparently.
Mudahar and Suicide Watch again.
I guess so. I find that a bit funny. Not really funny to point. I'd laugh my ass off, but still, maybe you get the point here, or maybe you don't think I might be crazy.
You don't, and I think I might be crazy. Maybe you'll see me as a weirdo, a freak, just as some of you do now, but I'm not. I am not like the others.
Yeah. Okay.
Lomao.
Very cool.
Lol to the fucking. Oh god, it's just.
Lol to the Scorpion. Lomao. Yeah. What is she referring to? Who knows?
Oh, yeah, I lost my fucking train. I thought. I would never ever want to be like them and how they think and what they do on a simple day. I hate how the population thinks, grows, and talks, and how they make romance fake. If only some days we could do a public execution, that would be gladly needed. I wouldn't mind throwing some stones at idiots or even watching them from the far back when they got hanged. Judging
from what she's saying here, I think she is very upset that Stephanie Meyer is not reality. That she didn't get her. I'm not gonna. You know what? I don't want to focus. I feel actually really gross reading this. It's a 15-year-old. So I'm gonna stop it here. I think after we read this. Do you guys want to? I don't want to keep reading this. It makes me feel really gross. It's a 15-year-old girl who blew away other people and killed herself.
We already get this is a sampling of how
we got
all we need. We've seen what we need to see of this idiot.
If you guys want to read more of it, go ahead. It's over on Pagliacci, the hatred. You can. I'll post the. I feel grotesque reading this. I don't want to read any more of it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sure you'll find many YouTubers who'll be more than happy to read it, but I'm not going to do it over here.
It's the gibbering, self-congratulating fucking.
A 15-year-old, probably Twilight fangirl who killed people because she couldn't find her Jacob and what's the other guy, Edward. So let's talk about women who do deserve to get absolutely fucking mogged and mocked and made the fuck fun of and destroyed.
Magnum.
Now that girl, that 15-year-old girl, she's dead. This person needs to get some justice. So, do you two guys recall the Duke Lacrosse rape scandal?
Oh, yes.
No,
I actually do.
So, 18 years ago, this woman, Crystal Magnum, accused the Duke University lacrosse team of mass raping her.
I remember now.
It was basically the start of Me Too.
And they had all the pots and pans banging them outside the fucking dorms.
Yes, it was essentially the beginning of the whole Me Too movement. Now here is what's her name again? Crystal Magnum, the woman who made the claims about being raped by the entire Duke lacrosse team, who again popped off the Me Too movement, telling you what happened.
And I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't. And that was wrong. And
you can really see the 50 IQ at work.
I betrayed the trust
Still going to uni there.
Other people who believed in me.
She said Duke. Duke is a fucking Ivy League school. Or damn near one.
I like you that make a room temp blush.
True, because I wanted validation from people and not from God, and that was wrong. And
there it is.
I hope that they can forgive me.
They've spent 20 years. 20 years. Some of them, their whole lives have been ruined because when they were 20 years old. You accused them.
More than half their life.
What's prompting this confession? I don't know. I have no idea what's prompting the confession. I have no fucking idea.
Almost certainly a plea deal.
Something. Why is after 18 fucking years, why are you coming out and admitting that which we knew at the time, but we all knew it was fake at the time. But the feminist movement went after this and said, oh, you have to listen and believe. She was the original listen and believe woman, guys. She was the origin of that shit, of listen and believe, was this woman who just said, yeah, I just made that up. Yeah, oh, is that it? Yeah, she is in prison apparently for stabbing a boyfriend of hers or something like that. I've heard that as well.
Yeah,
this is her trying to, like, probably get a plea deal. I'm guessing and being like, oh yeah, also I made up all that shit about all those guys raping me. I mean, could you imagine 18 guys raping her? Come on.
1-800, come on now.
1-800, come on now. And let me tell you guys, I know that the future of the Democrat Party looks bleak. They got people, all this shit's happening. It's not looking great for them. Let me tell you what, David Hogg, he's got it figured out. Vote for him.
Looking like an evil version of Darcy from Cold Ones.
Yeah, David Hogg is gonna try to run for, I think I did talk about this before, but he's gonna run now for a top position in the DNC.
Making it the first time he's going to run towards something productive rather than a shooting.
I do think I mentioned this last week, but I want to reiterate. Let's all promote David Hogg he can't run for president, he's too young. But for every possible top position at the DNC, that would be fan-fucking-tastic. He's very electable. He's very likable.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would be an excellent choice. Don't you agree, Spoon?
I can hear her sniggering to herself upstairs. Hard-ass snigger.
Hard-ass snigger. Okay. Here's the thing, Bill. I put this in here just for you. Cooking oil is used by millions linked to cancer in second study in a week. Wowee.
Wowee. It's seed oils that were literally industrial lubricants. They just deodorize them and use them for cooking use because it was cheaper.
Almost like we all know that seed oils.
The American Heart Foundation should have all been strung up for suggesting that butter was unhealthy, but seed oils were fine.
Well, okay. Now I would say palm oil, which is what we use when we
palm oil's the lesser evil, but it's still got linoleic acid in.
It's still not 100% safe, but palm oil is not a seed oil in the way that
it's still a seed oil, but it's
canola,
not the worst.
Sunflower, peanut,
soy and peanut oil, the other ones.
A little bit of peanut oil, fine for you. But the problem is that
at higher temperatures, it denatures into linoleic acid, which is what they make linoleum flooring out of. It's
horrific for you. Get called vegetable oil at the store.
It's like soybean and mostly soybean
canola.
oil.
It's a big mix. It's a big mix of all the shit oils. Yes,
I think canola oil and rapeseed oil are the same thing, perhaps. I'm not sure. They keep changing around the definitions.
I actually don't know if I'm not sure about that. But listen, this stuff, RFK Jr. was right. This stuff is cancerous. This shit is terrible. If you're going to use, there's a reason why they promote it too, and they say don't use fat. What do you think they've been setting you up for this your whole fucking life? Don't use fat. Don't use lard. Don't use butter. Those things are bad for you. Use these fucking seed oils that cause cancer. Just saying. I mean, it's a little bit. It just makes me scratch my head. Why do you want everyone to only use seed oils? Prostate cancer is second leading cause of cancer death in men in America and has affected celebrities like Ben Stiller and Robert De Niro. And what are we seeing specifically with the seed oil stuff? Prostate cancer. Killing men very specifically. Geez, I wonder who would want to do that. Right? Who would want to kill off men? Particularly white men. How Viking curious. No. This is an interesting article. I'm just going to post it because I don't think we're going to go through it because we're getting a little late. But this was an interesting article about the idea that methane gas as killing off animals and saving the planet in doing so is all bullshit. It's a long article. I'll just post it here in the chat if you'd like to read it, because this is an opinion piece, to be fair, by Linnea Lucan. But I read it earlier today, and I thought this was a very good article. I think she's probably right, which is that the whole anti-animal sort of, I would say, or by that I should say more specifically, the vegan messaging stuff of but also, which is bizarre, where it doesn't align with vegan messaging, is they're saying they want to, well, if you want to get rid of cow farts to reduce methane, which already is totally false and bullshit, is to save the planet, and then you should also not eat cows. Well, those two things don't make sense. You should eat all of the cows so that you can kill all of them to eat all of the cow.
And these people have no exit strategy for any farm animals. They just want every bit of domesticated life to be exterminated.
Yeah. Well, just you understand like why that makes no sense. If it's like we should get rid of all the cows because the cows are causing too much methane that's destroying the environment, well then let everyone eat all the cows and kill them out. I don't know, but that would make too much sense.
Breeding programs.
Sure, but that's not what they want. They want understand that people don't mean anything that they say. They're all liars. Speaking of liars, I've got the number one liar ever here. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is considering a resignation.
I've heard Canada
spirals out of control.
I've heard Canada described as an entire country run by Zach Brannigan, and it really does fit, doesn't it?
Very true. Very true. Trudy is on the ropes after Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland resigned on Monday. We are calling for Justin Trudeau's resignation. This is probably like the 5th time, maybe like 20th time they've done this. They call for his resignation every other week. The new Democratic Party leader Jagmeet Singh said, according to CTV, the network reported that stepping aside is amongst the options Trudeau is considering. Here we go.
And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves.
Oh, at least he's a what do you call it?
Sikh.
Sikhs are pretty based. All right, I'm cool with Sikhs.
No,
they're fighting them.
I'm not super cool with them. I'm cooler with them with
different.
Some other groups. I'll put it that way.
Instead of
lesser evil is still evil.
For that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
Yeah. So, yep, I believe the Prime Minister has passed the shelf life. 60 Liberal MPs will be sending a letter to call on Justin Trudeau to resign. That would be nearly 40% of the entire Liberal MPs. 40% of the party is calling for Trudeau to resign. By the way, he will not resign. He is your emperor for life. You are never getting out of this.
Castros are very hard to get rid of.
Justin Trudeau is the son of Castro, and you have got him forever. Just get used to it. You will never get away from this guy.
Even if you assume that he's not a Castro, he's in fact a regular Trudeau. The Trudeau is not any better.
Yeah. But here's what you get under Trudeau's Canada. Woman's right leg amputated after waiting 8 days at bed at Winnipeg's HSC to treat an open wound. Roseanne Milburn says amputation went well, but she's frustrated surgery complications. Yeah, frustrated is kind of the most word I'd use.
It's a mid-femur amputation in Wales, but it looks things.
Look at this. It's up to her thigh. Yeah.
It's midway up it, but it looks things. Because don't forget those bandages have mass. So it's probably like they had to cut through the femur.
Yeah. So Roseanne, 61, went through with the scheduled amputation last Friday after weeks of complications stemming from a post-surgery infection. In late November, a surgeon at Winnipeg's Health Services Center began removing dead tissue from her right knee with the intention of stitching her up later that day after she was seen by an orthopedic surgeon at Concordia Hospital. She was sent to Concordia, but couldn't be transferred back to HSC because there wasn't a bed available for the specialist to finish the procedure. The person who just got finished fucking operating her, by the way.
Didn't have a chance to sew up.
8 days languishing at Concordia with a painful open wound.
She could have bled out. That is like the most dangerous place to have any surgery on. And they left her with an open incision.
Unbelievable.
For multiple days.
Let's not point and laugh, because unfortunately, this woman lost her fucking leg because of Canadian healthcare, which we're all supposed to all around the world look at. I
guarantee you, she was given another course of action, given an opportunity for another fucking thing right after, but it was for the final type.
Once she finally got to HSC, Milburn underwent the knife for another infection, but due to the long delay, over a week, in stitching up the wound, just an open wound, they said the leg was not salvageable.
Their incompetence is directly responsible for this.
Now she says she doesn't regret it. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Milburn. Yes, you do. You regret that your fucking leg was cut off. Your life is fucked now. I know that you feel like you have to say, I know you're old, I know that you feel like you have to support the Canadian healthcare fucking system, but they just cut your leg off because they were too busy farting about. Yeah, but it was free. First of all, it wasn't free. She had to pay for that for the rest of her life. Now, I want to get out the last couple of sad things before I leave you with something funny, guys, because, this is horrible. This is horribly fucked. And then we'll get to the super chats. By the way, thank you guys so much for the super chats. It is extremely appreciated if you'd like to leave any super chats about what we're doing. I don't ever shill. I realized that recently that I never shill. But trust me, guys, it does actually really... I just don't shill because it irritates me when other people do it. But I have to get better at it. I'm really bad at it. I want to not show for myself, though, right now. What I'd like to show for is that I want to show for you guys to do something very important for me, if you can. This is kind of serious, okay? This is somebody I was somewhat friends with. I'd say friendly with on YouTube. It does say now 100K subscribers, but I'm not sure if it's reached it. But even if it has, I'd like you to make sure that you go and subscribe to this channel, Legal Vices. This guy was a really interesting, he lived in Korea, South Korea. He did very interesting videos about all kinds of issues related to law. And he was like, I think he had like a background specifically in naval law. I watched a lot of his videos. I thought he was very interesting. And all of a sudden, 2 days ago, out of nowhere, he passed away due to a sudden heart attack. I think he has reached 100K subs. When we started the stream, he had not. So, if he has reached it,
it's important to make sure that there's plenty of access for the people who might unsubscribe later.
But I want to give you a little bit of a bio here on Jeff Legal Vices. He and I were never like really close friends, but he made great content. He was a really, really intelligent and funny guy. So Jeff began his Korean adventure in 1988, where he has lived in Korea for the vast majority of his time since then. He speaks, reads, and writes Korean fluently. He has a deep understanding of Korean culture and society that proves invaluable in assisting foreign clients. Since joining the Busan Pacific Law Office in 1996, Jeff has established himself as one of the leading foreign authorities on matters relating to Korean law, particularly on issues related to maritime, business, and labor laws. He has handled and supervised arbitration matters with the International Chamber of Commerce and the Korean Arbitration Board. He is listed in the Asian Pacific Legal 500. He is a frequent seminar speaker, radio talk show host, and a popular guest lecturer at universities. He spoke one a year at the faculty of the Korean Maritime University as an adjunct professor, where he taught classes at the WTO and WTO trade dispute resolution. Given his unique position as a Korean-speaking long-term foreign lawyer in Busan, Jeff is also a frequent subject for newspapers and other media stories. As an avid reader, movie buff, and music lover, Jeff's interests are very diverse. A glance at his CD rack will show Alice Cooper next to Chopin, next to Johnny Cash. He enjoys playing electric and acoustic blues guitar. Tattered science fiction and fantasy share bookshelves, space with leather-bound copies of Dickens, Tolstoy, and other great books. He has more DVDs than he knows what to do with. Jeff is also an accomplished martial artist, holding black belts in Hapkido and Kuksulwon. In 2000, Jeff placed third in Korea in his division at the Korea Kuksulwon Championships. And he just, he passed away. Out of nowhere. Link to his channel. It has reached 100K subs, but please, if it's not, go give him a sub. Here, I'm going to replace that. Pin message. Go make sure that, because he's gained about, like, I think at this point, nearly 18,000 subs overnight. Well, his channel did. So his family can at least, I mean, he was so accomplished in so many ways, but so his family can, you know, get that silver play button for all of his work on YouTube. And he was a fantastic commentator. He was hilarious. He was so incredibly, I'm trying to get emotional, incredibly insightful. I didn't really know the guy that well. I just liked his content. And a lot of people knew him and liked him and cared about him, man. And So if you could just, I think he's reached it, but if you could just still go and you don't have to do anything. No money. I'm not asking you for money. I'm not asking for anything. Just go give him a sub. You know? That would be, I think, pretty cool and awesome because Jeff was, as far as I could tell, a pretty neat guy. And it's very sad to have lost him. It really is. Legal Vices, you will be missed. Exactly. I'm gonna hit the super chats, or should I do the bit of let's lighten the mood first. Let's lighten the mood first because that's very sad. That's very sad. I'm gonna lighten the mood first with a thought, and not that kind of thought. This kind of thought. Let's watch this. Let's lighten the mood because that made me that. I mean, like, let's not try to diminish the seriousness of this.
But move on to something of a lighter tone. The Klan.
Let's move on to something with a lighter tone. The Klan.
Doesn't get much lighter than pure white, I guess.
Sure doesn't. This is actually very funny, Mike. Well, I'm okay. We're gonna move on. We're not gonna think about. Please go and give him a sub, and then keep him in your prayers, okay? And then we'll move on to this because that's extremely depressing. And please do keep Jeff in your heart and mind and his family, please. Thank you.
You are in a wheelchair, huh?
Yeah.
And you're a woman.
Yes.
Damn. Talk about a double handicap. Sheesh. So what do? You just kind of ski boop around town? Is that what you do? You're just kind of like a Roomba that bleeds once a month?
Okay.
You bring a lot to the table, I can tell. Like your own chair. You do, that's... And you have like an aura about you, I bet you light up every room that you go into. Especially when you hit that thing in reverse and your taillights go on. Beep, beep. Real big bitch coming through. Watch your toes, fellas. So when you go to the gynecologist, do you go to a regular gynecologist? Do you go to like Jiffy Lube?
Yeah.
I love that she's trying so hard not to laugh, and you can hear her chuckling at some points because shit is so fucking funny.
I did notice that you are a redheaded woman as well. So I do want to ask, does the carpet match the rims that you got on? What's the protocol on that one? Hawking, why don't you tell me that? What would you say is the hardest part about being a woman in a wheelchair? Besides having a parallel park, what would be the, I guess, second? So,
Jesus Christ. Might as well just, burn the cross and tip it over onto her. Poor soul didn't stand a damn chance.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. We have a couple...
Left a cross-shaped scorch on the wall.
Couple super chats left over. Redneck Ram for 10 says, Chauvin is just doing the typical thing to exhaust his options. Also remember that... Yes, very true. Also remember that this is only for the federal charges he pled to. The state charges would not be reversed by this, even if succeeded. Yes, of course. Don't expect Chauvin to get off on anything. They've decided that they want to castigate him and make him into a...
The whole point is to have Chauvin in prison so they can bait out Trump giving him a pardon because it's obvious that he's innocent.
Yes,
and when that happens, they'll cause another summer of love.
Yes. So then
when that happens, everyone go out and do your best Carl impression.
Yes, exactly. Deans for 10 says he only had injuries on his lips. No injuries. I read that one. Yes, read that one. Sorry, thank you. Basinski for 5 says the age of experts has died. After the years of false Title IX allegations under Obama, Koof, and Biden, J6, and whatnot, the people's opinions are worthless. Absolutely. We're all tired of it.
They were always worthless.
I've got tons of videos actually on this exact topic that the age of experts is, as you said, dead. It is.
This was over. It was meant to be over ages ago because Orson Welles put out that documentary, F is for Fake, which is entirely about this issue of fake experts who don't have any qualifications worth their actual salt.
Yeah. DRT is King for 10 says these drones are in my estimate.
In the 60s.
Oh yeah, probably though.
In that lecture on my channel. And who is going to rule the experts?
Always a good question. Who rules the experts? Who rules the experts? DRT is King for 10 says these drones are, in my estimation, DARPA tests that are doing some wacky DARPA stuff. Probably. DARPA are still mad their microwave gun they developed during the W's tenure, but hasn't been field tested yet. Probably true. Anywho, thank you guys so much for watching. It's past midnight now. I would like to, again, just you know, can we just get, before we leave out, an 07 in the chat for Legal Vices? A man who made a lot of people laugh, who educated a lot of people about the law, and who, as far as I could tell, seemed to be a real homie. That's all I'd like to say. I hope they give you a little bit of a laugh there with that little bit of very hilarious. Would you call that ableism? I'm a cripple. I'm allowed to get away with it. I'm allowed to laugh at it. I'm crippled. I use a fucking wheelchair. I mean, whatever. But thank you guys so much for your 07s in chat. And please, if you have not, go and consider signing up. Just leave a subscribe. It means nothing to Legal Vices' channel for Jeff. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you all next week. Cheers. So long, and bye-bye. What do you guys have to say?